much. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees for June 13th, 2023. Calling this meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. Let's go ahead and move to roll call.
Student trustee Hogan. Student trustee Latino.
Here.
Trustee Withrow.
Here.
Trustee Johannes.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan. I think he's still trying to log on. Trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Here.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice. No, she's trying to log on. Trustee Quinlan.
Present.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Moving on to 3.3, affirmation of the statement of cooperation. The Peralta Board has adopted a statement of cooperation that codifies our commitment to set the bar for excellence in governance and community college leadership and to lead by example for our Peralta colleges. The full statement of cooperation is attached to our agenda, but in summary, we have committed to build trust and seek to understand each other, to be prepared and follow good governance and ethical protocols, and model the behavior we want others to exhibit. We therefore commit to honoring and upholding these commitments in words and in action. We will move to 3.4, the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Trustee Johannes. Lead us, please. Thank you very much, Trustee Johannes. 3.5, report of action taken in closed session. VP Quinlan, I don't think we have a report out.
We have nothing to report.
Thank you. 3.6, we are going to move to acknowledging our student trustees who have served our last academic year, but I don't believe they're with us. So we may come back later in the year to give them their recognition.
Just a quick note, President Polk, we do have them both on Zoom. But
Oh, they're both here. Okay.
Yeah, just on Zoom.
Would you like to say a few words? Either student trustee Hogan or student trustee Latino?
Thank you for the opportunity and the learning experience. Thank you everyone for everything. It was great. I want to say more, but I'm not going to. Just thank you all.
Feel free, it's okay.
It was just a great learning experience. I learned a lot. I will definitely take a lot of this that I have experienced with me, and I appreciate the opportunity. And that's it.
Yeah, clap. I'm giving you some recognition here in the boardroom. And then
Thank you.
student trustee Latino, do you want to say a few words as well?
Yeah, I would just like to thank all the students for the opportunity to represent them as being part of the board. And I'd just like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity as well. I've learned a lot and experienced a lot. And yeah, it was just one of the greatest opportunities I've had since my time at Peralta. So I'm very grateful, and I'm wishing best of luck to the new student trustee as well. So thank you.
Thank you both for your service. We'll be giving you some certificates and other recognitions later on. And so we'll coordinate that with Sasha, our board clerk. But thank you so much again for your service to our district. And with that, we will move on to the swearing in ceremony for our incoming student trustee, which I will be doing in Chancellor Jackson's absence. So if we could get you to come up front. Right there.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the students for electing me, and I'm very excited to begin my time as a student trustee. So thank you so much.
Okay, does this work? Great. Okay, go ahead and raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Natasha Masand,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to carry out my responsibilities as student trustee of the Peralta Community College District
do solemnly swear to carry out my responsibilities as student trustee of the Peralta Community College District.
I do personally commit myself
I do personally commit myself
to convey the concerns of the student body
to convey the concerns of the student body
to the Board of Trustees
to the Board of Trustees
and to convey the concerns of the Board of Trustees
and to convey the concerns of the Board of Trustees
to the student body
to the student body
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Okay, we will now move to the approval of the agenda. I know that we are looking at pulling 5.3 for further review. So let's go ahead and make that notation now. Were there any other agenda items that needed to be adjusted at this time? Hearing none. Let's go ahead and move to approve. our
Move to
agenda.
approve.
Second.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan. Not on the call yet. Trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you so much. And then can we move to 3.9, approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you very much. 3.10, approval of the minutes from the May 23rd special board meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
thank you very much. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to 3.11, Peralta Classified Senate Report.
We can start with student trustee Lisa Hogan if you'd like.
Okay, we can move to 3.12 and then come back to that. Go ahead, student trustee Hogan.
Yes, I would just like to announce that the ASMC and the Sankofa program and the Umoja program at Merritt College will be holding a Juneteenth mixer on Friday, June 16th from 1 to 4 p.m. It's a free event and we invite everyone in the community to please come and participate. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. We can go ahead and move to College of Alameda.
They are not on Zoom unless they are in person.
I don't believe so. Anyone from BCC?
Oh, not on Zoom.
Okay, and then last Laney College. I don't think we have anyone in the boardroom either.
Not on Zoom either.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and move to 3.13 District Academic Senate. I see Matthew Goldstein here.
Hey folks, Matthew Goldstein. I'm the VP of the District Academic Senate, and I'm sitting in tonight for our president, Donald Moore. Dr. Moore is also one of the tri-chairs on the Participatory Governance Council, which is the highest level shared governance body in the district. And its place in the PBIM, the Planning and Budget Integrated Model, is what I mostly want to talk about tonight. And I apologize for the alphabet soup that I'm about to dump into your laps here. So if you lose track of PGC and PBIM and PBC, just wave at me and I'll try to clarify. So tonight's meeting will take up the tentative budget. VC Jones will present on it in a bit. And as you've noticed, the PGC took up the assumptions for that tentative budget at its May 26th meeting and did not pass them. So the committee neither reviewed the tentative budget nor approved it. What they looked at were the assumptions. And again, it didn't get the votes to get the endorsement of the PGC. So my concern, of course, is that you're forced to deal with a document that hasn't gotten the sign off or the endorsement, the support of our highest level shared governance body. So there's a complicated history, I understand, about whether the PGC and the Planning and Budget Council below that on the PBIM have looked at tentative budgets in the past. But the bottom line to me is that the tentative budget that the board will be taking up is based on assumptions that did not pass muster on a strictly democratic basis out of that PGC. As the cliche goes, values are expressed in budgets, and an organization expresses its values through its budget. And this is a case where I feel the tentative budget can't possibly express the values of the organization because the organization didn't endorse those assumptions at the May 26th meeting. The other thing I want to point out is that the PGC did not review the tentative budget. So again, you're getting a document that hasn't, as a formal matter, passed through the Shared Governance Committee. So what I want to underscore really is the practical necessity of revisiting the PBIM. And this is a point that I've made a number of times with many of you here, and that I know staff, faculty, and many administrators too agree on. We need to look at the PBIM. We need to understand what the roles of the various committees are, what the charges are, and how they even operate, right? It's unclear sometimes about who can make a motion, what constitutes a quorum, and that sort of thing. We've made a couple of attempts over the last several years to try to revisit, to refresh the PBIM, but they've been kind of stumbling efforts. We had a visit from ASCCC and the Community College League back in January, and it was an interesting discussion. The presidents of those two esteemed bodies actually came out here, and the presidents of our local senates and the chancellor of our district, Dr. Jackson, met, but really nothing, frankly, practical came out of that meeting. So we're still trying to figure out what we should be doing in these shared governance bodies. And I think there's widespread agreement on that. I understand that there's concern about not imposing a structure that might get revisited by the incoming chancellor in a few months. But I feel like that strategy of waiting until things fall into place to make any planning moves is an unfortunate one and has not served us well historically. So I want to make two final points related to the budget before I leave you this evening. One item you'll be looking at tonight is the $23 million set aside for a potential dormitory construction project at COA. And I should tell folks that faculty are looking at this very skeptically. As you've heard from me here at this meeting, as you've heard from Dr. Moore here, facilities are in pretty poor repair, and we haven't devoted the resources or energy necessary to maintain our colleges or even our district office. You'll recall that the sliding glass doors were broken until relatively recently. And that's a very minor problem relative to some of the other problems we've heard about. So it worries me, and it worries many of my faculty colleagues, that we're considering making this huge investment in real estate when we're not taking care of our own place first. So I would advise us against getting involved in land deals and real estate and landlording until we've cleaned up at home first. Second, you'll see a slide from VC Jones in a little bit, and he and I discussed this today, so he knows that I have some concerns about it, but it's a list of strategies for addressing the issues. And essentially it's a tool, as VC Jones explained to me, for reducing costs and increasing revenue. What concerns me is that among those cost-saving measures enumerated in the tool that you'll see on the slide are things like furloughs, cuts to faculty release time, cuts to stipends, FTE reductions, and other items of major consequence to our employee base. So my advice, unsolicited, to Dr. Jones was, when major issues like these, however theoretical, however abstract for the moment, are brought forward, they really should go through the PBC and the PGC. They should be properly contextualized. They should be set up very carefully so that panic is not sown among the ranks. I think we could have saved ourselves a lot of heartburn if we understood that these are general prescriptions that any organization might take up. They're terribly unpleasant, but they need to be handled very, very delicately. I would add too, that it'd be useful to see a right sizing of management listed as one of those potential cost-saving measures. I understand that the list includes staff reductions, but to explicitly say that management would be on the chopping block too, would be a good step towards improving a spirit of togetherness. So thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it. I'll be back in a couple of weeks for Dr. Moore, and then I'll be here to bother you for the remaining year. So I look forward to speaking to you again. Thanks.
Thank you. Sasha, do we have Roberto Gonzalez on yet?
I do not see them on the call.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move to 3.14, public communications on matters that are not on the agenda. And this is for, again, things that are not on the agenda. If you'd like
I
to
have
come
Wendy
speak.
Wang.
Okay, please come forward.
Yes, my name is Wendy Huang. I'm a local resident, and I'm a descendant of a colonized people in Asia, where the colonial imperialists used humans as lab rats to test their biochemical weapons before World War II. American-led allies have basically liberated the world. You can Google Unit 731. I'm here today because I wanted to find out I wanted to petition to end taxpayer-funded COVID-19 mandates now, restore equity for medical freedom and diversity of medical choice. First, I wanted to say that for those who wants to put their mask on to get the injections, they have the total freedom to do so, okay? And no one is stopping them as long as they're using their own money, not taxpayers' money, okay? COVID emergency has ended since May 11th, 2023. That's a federal level. County level has ended since February 28th of this year. So I want to know that how does Peralta College justify continue these mandates, especially muzzle students face require indoor masking? Where did you get the scientific data? Because according to the Alameda County Board of Supervisors Health Commission meeting, okay, it's not even the leading cause of death for the age group of 18 to 24, according to Dr. Nicholas Moss. It's not the leading cause of death that was on his presentation yesterday. So I want to know, where do you get that data that you continue to require mask mandates and vaccine, COVID vaccine jabs, while all the colleges pretty much in a community college throughout California has already dropped the mandates and make it an optional, okay? COVID, okay, so my question is it even legal to impose EUA products such as masks and mandates, masks and vaccines on students, where according to FDA, people should have the options to opt out. And so my question is Peralta Community College District, opening itself to lawsuits like University of California, University of Santa Clara University, or Yorba Linda Unified School District, or Bishop Unified School District. So let's just see who benefits from all these, okay? BYD, which got a $1 billion contracts from our governor. Berkshire Hathaway recently sold $1.96 million, 1.96 millions of BYD shares. That's worth about 58.9 million. Okay, Pfizer made a profit of $100.3 billion in 2022. That's $3,100 per second. Moderna CEO Benzel, he made $398 million in stock sales. Anderson Cooper from CNN, he got $12 million from Pfizer added to his salary.
10 seconds.
So I just wanted to know who pays, okay? Myocarditis increased 13,000%. 82% are in young men who are not at risk at all. Each citizen, right now, we owe $95,000 in national debt and $14,000 in state debt. Yes,
Time is
each
up.
person. Thank you. So end taxpayer-funded COVID enslavement now. Restore equity for medical freedom and diversity for medical choice. Uphold your oath of office and your allegiance to our United States Constitution and California Constitution. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Sanseri.
Hello, board, everybody. Hello. Want to say hello to my mother who's watching on YouTube tonight. She's recovering from hip replacement surgery. Ha ha ha, mom, you'll never catch me. I was actually going to say a lot tonight, but a lot of it was actually covered by President-elect Goldstein. I was going to talk about how the budget process, or about our facilities on our campuses, which, yikes, comparisons. There were going to be comparisons to, like, you know, zombie movies, dystopian sci-fi, Margaret Atwoodian attempts at student housing. But soon I'll have 2 years to entertain you with what you're not being told about our colleges. And in the meantime, I just hope that you'll meet with me to talk about it. But okay, let's see. But I do want to talk about the future of participatory governance. And I think that while it technically exists here, the faculty and staff have been completely ignored over the last couple of years. I say this as, you know, certainly a leader within the union, but also as a Senate member. You're about to see it in the budget presentation, which, you know, or the fact that you're having the budget presentation today at all, really. Anyway, somewhere along the line, I think somebody told you that faculty and staff were the problem, and you believe them. And then basically give them a blank check to hire and appoint, like, hire and appoint people through processes that are, like, basically illegal. And when asked for justification, you kind of made up the answer, which is not a great look. But it's not just the law that you follow, it's failed to follow. It's participatory governance is what keeps balance in our colleges. It's what invests us in it. Yeah. So there was a time when students in large numbers would fight for a college with pride, and now they're just fighting for each other for classes that ultimately get canceled. And instead of fighting for their college, they're fighting just to be students. And to be a student at Peralta, to enroll, you really have to want it. You have to have a lot of patience. I think anybody who's enrolled here is going to tell you that. And our faculty and staff are also often we're helpless bystanders in a lot of this. We're watching it, we're trying to help, but there's not a whole lot that we can do. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that our leadership and a lot of you guys up on the dais have made it clear that you don't need either of us. I hope that changes. But when I look at the chancellor's hiring committee, which I'm on, yay, and I see our board members that are a part of that committee, I worry that that change isn't coming soon enough. Yeah, so I'll save my comments around, like, you know, the dystopian housing issue and all that kind of stuff for another time, a few weeks from now. But in the meantime, you know, I look forward to seeing you and talking to you for the next 2 years. All right, bye-bye.
Next, we have Catherine.
Hi, thanks for having me. So I just wanted to make you aware that if you have board members appearing remotely, you cannot abridge the speech of the public to be able to comment remotely, requiring the public to be in person in order to comment while you're not following that same rule as a board is against the law. It's against the First Amendment as well as Brown Act rules. So I would advise for you to change that immediately. So the ongoing vaccine requirement here at Peralta Community Colleges is not only out of touch, as well as this mask requirement is not only out of touch and out of date, as all other colleges, including Chabot and Las Positas, have dropped their requirements. You're not even authorized to require a medical product unless you're a doctor. And I don't know if any of you have licenses for being a medical professional. The state has dropped it for healthcare workers, and it's discriminatory and unethical. And I'm going to go into detail as to why that is. Dr. Kevin Bardosh, who is a PhD of Edinburgh University and the University of Washington, he's an applied medical anthropologist and an implementation scientist who focuses on using social service and community engagement to improve public health delivery and policy. In 2022, he did a study on students at North American universities that took the third dose of the COVID-19 mandated shot, or else they would have been disenrolled, which is coercive. He did it to assess the appropriateness of these booster mandates, which there's no such term in law in the United States. Mandates are not laws. They're not any sort of anything in our legal system. And he combined it with empirical risk-benefit assessment and ethical analysis. In order to prevent one COVID-19 hospitalization over a 6-month period, they estimated that 31,000 to 42,000 young adults aged 18 to 29 would have to receive a third mRNA booster. Booster mandates in young are expected to cause a net harm, is what he found. COVID-19 hospitalizations prevented, they anticipated at least 18.5 out of every one prevented, there were 18.5 serious adverse events per shot. This is including a 1.5 to 4.5 booster associated myocarditis cases in males, typically requiring hospitalization. The university mandates he summarizes are unethical for the following reason in the college age group. 1, they're not based on any updated stratified risk-benefit analysis for that age group. So I would assume you would all want to make this decision based on science. So there's no updated risk analysis benefit. 2, it may result in net harm to healthy young adults. 3, they're not proportionate. Expected harms are not outweighed by public health.
10 seconds.
Given modest and transient effectiveness of vaccines against transmission. I also feel like there's some unevenness in time, and where's my time so that I know what my timer is, because I thought it was 5 minutes. 4, violate the reciprocity principle because serious vaccine-related harms are not reliably compensated due to gaps in vaccine injury schemes, and they may result in wider social harms. There's a number of ways you guys are opening yourself up to liability. 1983 lawsuits. This is a violation of Title 22, Title 21 under the FDA federal code. And it's also against the IRB federal rule number 45 CFR 46116 that disallows experiments on a student population. You could lose your federal funding for conducting an experiment on campus. Now, we've all been really patient as a public, but our patience is running thin.
10 seconds left.
And if this isn't dropped, I plan personally to take action against all of you. Thank you.
Next, we have Hunter Cobb.
To the members of the board, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for protecting our students and the staff of the 4 colleges and keeping them safe from COVID. I used to be a non-believer, but what a fool I was. Put on your masks, ladies and gentlemen. This is a house of true believers. We won't tolerate heresies and blasphemies in the house of true believers. If you're not a believer, you're going to be condemned to eternal damnation and long COVID. Let me be clear. The science rules. The science tells us how to behave. It tells us what's right and what's wrong. And let me tell you, you don't want to be on the wrong side of the science. And by the way, any alleged science that conflicts with the science, it's not allowed in the house of the true believers. You take vitamin D? Just who do you think you are? Or the devil's potion, ivermectin? If you're one of those, don't dare show your face here. This is the house of the believers. Thank you.
That is all the public comment for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to Chancellor's reports. Chancellor?
Thank you very much, President Delphine Polk. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to have the presidents give you a brief update. And so we will go in alphabetical order, starting with Berkeley City College, followed by College of Alameda, Laney College, and then last but not least, Merritt College. So I will turn it over to BCC.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, President Delphine Polk, Board of Trustees, and my fellow colleagues here. I'm here to report out on behalf of Dr. Angelica Garcia for Berkeley City College. Some of this information is already in your board packet, but I just wanted to highlight a few items to share. Similar to my college counterparts, Berkeley City College held its first in-person graduation or commencement ceremony since 2019 on Wednesday, May 24th at UC Berkeley Zellerbach Hall. This year, BCC conferred 962 degrees and certificates to 551 graduates. Of those graduates, 130 were on hand and to walk the stage and receive their diplomas from Dr. Garcia in front of over 1,000 family members and friends. What was noteworthy, though, was the keynote speaker. I'd like to briefly share their story. This year's keynote speaker was esteemed Brumfield, the research director for the Mass Incarceration Lab at Brown University and a Berkeley City College alum. Mr. Brumfield shared the story of his upbringing outside of the traditional social norms, living in a school bus in cities throughout California that left him truant and illiterate for the first 23 years of his life. After enrolling at BCC, Esteem spent the next 8 years working towards his educational goals, serving as lead student ambassador, VP of administration for the ASBCC, and Peralta student trustee. He earned an associate of arts degree in English from Berkeley City College, and then transferred on to UC Berkeley, and then received a master's of public health from Brown University. When Mr. Brumfield finished his keynote address, there wasn't a dry eye in Zellerbach Hall. These are stories that we commend and that we celebrate. The second point I'd like to make is regarding BCC's participatory governance retreat. Since the last board meeting, BCC's participatory governance retreat was held on campus on May 30th, 2023, with co and tri-chairs of the governance and standing committees. The focus of this retreat was to operationalize the BCC EMP shared vision and to see how this can be applied to the governance committee's goals and charges for 23-24 academic year. In addition, we discussed and identified strategies for planning for the BCC strategic planning development process for fall 2023. The retreat continued the momentum from the EMP development to strategic planning. We also had the opportunity to address some of the recommendations from ACC-JCC. And then lastly, on Friday, June 9th, over 18 staff and faculty members attended and completed the BCC mental health first aid training on our campus. Ones were provided with critical training to help meet the needs of our community and our students. This concludes our report.
Good evening, President Delphine Polk, trustees, chancellor, deputy chancellors and colleagues and members of community. I'll focus on the celebration, graduation, just provide a couple of statistics. We did not have one graduation at COA, we had two because we also celebrated ASTE graduation. And we were thinking how probably next year to combine both graduations, ASTE and College of Alameda. The statistics are impressive. It reminds us of the broad mission and the diversity of our students. COA had conferred over 500 degrees and certificates. COA, the youngest students that we served that graduated was 16 years old, 16, and the oldest was 75 years old. Approximately 80% of 80 students or 29% of the graduating class were AUSD students. Several of those were ASTE students. So the students got to walk twice and they graduated from college before they graduated from their high school. And the 15% of our graduates come from OUSD. The impressive statistics was that 54% of all graduates are first generation to college students. And that was really impressive. It was really nice to see how proud their family and parents were during the ceremony and after taking pictures and enjoying this great event. ASTE celebration was wonderful as well. It was the first one back on at College of Alameda at the gym. What was impressive there that you have members of two boards, you had a chancellor present, you had a superintendent present, you have administrations from two different schools, and faculty, and one of our faculty was a keynote speaker. That was psychology professor Elham Chishti, and she was selected by students of ASTE who has taken psychology class, a college class. So many other events going on currently. COAA under the IEPI is engaged in a series of training in improving budget competency for all the managers. We had two training back to back and we'll continuing from budget competency to HR practices to FTF, FTS allocation and all that. So we are ready for the new fiscal year so we can plan and budget accordingly from the get-go. This will conclude my report for today because probably the President, Delphine Polk, probably would like to cover the major event that we have, the participation in ENCORE conference. And it was indeed fascinating to participate in hundreds and hundreds of sessions and have students present as well. This concludes my report and thank you.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, President Delphine Polk, members of the governing board, respected colleagues, valued students and community members. In the board report you received this evening, there are some highlights that include just some great photos and recaps of our graduations that we had as well. And in addition to congratulating our graduates, I also would like to thank the many individuals at Laney who contributed to just putting on an incredible commencement ceremony under the leadership of Director Atia Rashada. It was really a great event because we not only celebrated our graduates, but we also emphasized our Gateway to College students who through their work at Laney College earned their high school diplomas as well. And it was just a neat day. In addition to that, in the board report, we also highlight the work of our classified professionals who have engaged in the Caring Campus statewide project. And then also not only a link, but I provided you a QR code to my podcast, as we had a couple of broadcasts that highlighted student support initiatives that we have at Laney. So hope you enjoy those. As far as my spoken remarks this evening, I'm going to go a couple of different directions. This morning, actually, I received a letter from the national chapter of the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. And their director bestowed really a duty upon me that I was glad to fulfill. It was a letter of recognition for Brandy Howard, who has served as the PTK advisor for the past 10 years. And the National Society sent me her 10-year pin and asked me to award it to her. This is a great program that honors students and provides them with a lot of opportunities for scholarships as they transfer. And we are certainly grateful to Brandy for her service to Laney College. In addition to that, looking forward to the fall, we have what I think is going to be a very unique and innovative Flex Day that's coming, as we're going to be focusing on a lot of innovation at Laney, especially through our new curriculum in artificial intelligence. As part of our keynote, we're actually going to have experts in education and in artificial intelligence who will be discussing positive ways to implement and use artificial intelligence in the classroom. As part of this, they'll be providing ideas on how to use it and what works for different disciplines and departments. In addition to our keynotes we'll be bringing in, there will also be Laney College representatives talking about what we will be teaching its students at Laney College in these brand new courses. In addition, there will be a faculty fireside discussion led by Professor Merrill Siegel, and just a number of great activities. And it's really neat to see innovation in action, and we're looking forward to seeing that this coming fall. And with that, I'll conclude my report.
Chancellor, President Delphine Polk, trustees, colleagues, and community, good evening. I feel like I need to tout Merritt's graduation, because we're saying all these good things about graduation. But I just want to start by thanking those who made it possible. I mean, our graduation was at the Paramount. It was a production, and that doesn't happen without the efforts and dedication of those behind the scenes, primarily classified staff, but also the leadership of our Director of Student Activities and Campus Life, Doris Hankins. I want to give a shout out to her. Packed house. We had Mayor Sheng Tao give our keynote. I'd like to thank the trustees that came out and shared the stage with us, as well as some of the administrators at the district. I'll hop to enrollment for the summer. Just pleased to report that with a week before the summer schedule begins, still a week out, Merritt has reached 107% of its enrollment goal for the summer. So things are looking up in terms of people coming back. So we look forward to that number growing even more. And it's a good momentum headed into the summer. And speaking of the summer, I'm just gonna keep my remarks very brief. Trustee Hogan already hit on the fact that this Friday we're having the Juneteenth celebration. I don't know if she gave the time. It's 1 to 4 in the Newton Seal Student Lounge, and it's open to the entire community. So it's gonna be good food, good fun, music, entertainment, as well as us being mindful of what the day represents. But I also want to encourage all the faculty, staff, and administration to attend an upcoming Oakland Soul soccer event. Merritt College has been the home to a few Oakland Soul soccer matches, and it's been really, really tremendous. particularly on July 3rd at 2 p.m. The Oakland Soul are facing the San Francisco Glens, and to show our appreciation to the Peralta, to Merritt, to Peralta in general, with Merritt in particular, the first 20 people who would like to go to that game, that's on your guy right here, paying for those tickets. So we really do want to see you out to support the community, support the team, and rediscover why Merritt is special. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Presidents. We appreciate your updates and also your brevity. I'd like to turn it back over to President Delphine Polk, unless there are any questions that any of the board members have of me or the presidents, the college presidents. All right. Thank you, President Delphine Polk.
Thank you, Chancellor. We will now move to our presentations. I believe I'm turning it over to Ivy C. Smith for an intro to Volts Company.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, colleagues, and community. I'd like to introduce Volts and also Alma Strategies, who have been assisting us with our housing initiative. Our housing initiative is something that began back last year in October, November, when we went out for an RFQP to find a vendor to assist us with a feasibility study to help us identify what the needs were for housing for our students. And we applied for a grant during that time, and we received a grant in the second allocation from the state. We received $110,000 for each college, totaling $440,000 for our feasibility. During this time, right after in January, when Volts was awarded the contract, we went through, before awarding Volts, we went through a very lengthy inclusive with our colleagues in the cabinet and expanded cabinet to select them. And they were and Volts was selected. So we started right away in January. This grant, as we've worked together, we decided in cabinet that we would move forward with going with COA, as many of you may know, because it fit the criteria of the grant itself. Again, this is $440,000 that we received from the state to explore what is needed for our students. And although we selected the COA site, we're also still utilizing the balance of the grant to continue to explore for Laney, Merritt, and BCC, what also would be needed if we continue down this initiative to provide housing for our students. So I'd like to introduce Volts, and also on the screen, we have Alma Strategies to give you an indication where we are. We've put in over, I would say, a combination of what, 450 from Volts hours, and over 650 hours into this, trying to get to some sort of something to present to you this evening, so that you can have a first look at it, understand what the responsibility and the cost would be if we go down this road for student housing, so that whether the district takes on the initiative itself, or if we bring someone in to do it for us, you have a full understanding of what the costs are associated with student housing. So I'm going to turn it over to Volts.
Thank you. And it's very good to be here with all of you. And it has been a journey, and it's been a lot of extreme diligence, and that's what it takes. So I do want to certainly thank Etheria for her leadership and for the college's participation. The student participation to date has been significant. Thank you. So that's the process. That is diligence. This is a very important engagement. And student housing is, of course, very personal because we are working with student lives, as all of you do every day. But with that said, is our presentation loaded? If I just click the next button. Oh, thank you. And I want to say too that I am joined here too with Mike Lemberg from JK Architects, and Bobby from Alma Strategies is with us on Zoom. So Mike and I are going to co-present in the next few minutes. Okay, strategic objectives. And you've seen these before when we've met with you before, but they're very important. And we have worked with 50 colleges and universities throughout California, and they're always unique. And we spent some time, of course, with all 4 colleges and the chancellor's office and cabinet. And it is about student success. We heard that loud and clear. It's about basic needs. We have students that are living in very less than desirable living environments. So we heard a lot about that. Let's address the basic needs so students can succeed. Let's eliminate that barrier. So I loved hearing about the graduations. That's what this is about. So also too is the community. It is important. That's why we're here. So it's establishing those relationships. We're very urban campuses. We want to engage and strengthen what that is. And oh, do I share with you next slide? Oh, easy enough. Okay, thank you for the help. So we also too, it's one thing is we did a lot of qualitative, quantitative research, and the qualitative research also included listening to your students. And we wanted to know, all right, is there an interest? And we heard a very overwhelming interest in student housing. We also heard a very strong desire for basic needs. As you can see, it's in the middle there, I believe, is students were common areas. It wasn't a large swimming pool or something luxurious. It was study spaces, a food pantry, clothes pantry, common kitchens, very important elements. The student housing grant that we're here to talk about requires that the students take 12 credit hours. And we heard overwhelmingly too from the focus groups as well as the survey that we presented last time is that part-time students expressed a lot of interest in full-time becoming a 12 credit hour student if that barrier to housing was removed. Next slide. I'm going to let Mike talk about the site.
Thanks, Ann. Good evening, trustees and Chancellor. Mike Limberg with JK Architecture Engineering. We were involved with the project in terms of the original site analysis that studied the campuses throughout the district and looked at the best possible location, as a theory had alluded to. What would be the best location in terms of this grant criteria? And although Merritt College and Laney College had excellent site candidates, we felt that the College of Alameda site, as you can see outlined in the sort of that orange swath there at the entry to the campus, proved to be the most ideal candidate because of not only the proximity to retail services and support services that students could take advantage of, given the fact that it is a 24/7 environment now, and the college isn't necessarily set up to support a 24/7 student environment. That became a critical factor, and it was the best site in terms of that support network. And then the drawing to the right shows a little more detail on how the building is configured on that corner at Stargill Drive and Webster as you're coming through the tunnel there. And it becomes really quite a marvelous gateway opportunity to the college itself, and also a statement for the district. And just a little word on the basic scheme, you can see it's essentially this U-shape element that's a little bit staggered to try to take advantage of the shape of the site there. And it's got some 1-story and also 3-story elements. And what you're looking down on there is this marvelous outdoor courtyard facing south. It becomes this outdoor living room for the students to do their outdoor activities, take advantage of the great environment there. Next slide.
So just want to recap real quickly on the demand. I thought we went to the demand. slide was typically next. So just as the slide that we thought was going to be there, but you had demand for 1,400 students from SB 169. So as we look at these diagrams, we're certainly taking that down.
So yeah, good point. So these plan configurations, we tried to make them illustratively simple. So the basic concept is a 3-story building that is divided up into 4 essential communities. And the total number of beds, 300, is arrived at by dividing those 4 communities equally. And they're each given those common spaces, like the living room / kitchen, the laundry facilities, the shared bathrooms, which are set up to create a degree of privacy for the students because the rooms aren't providing the bathrooms themselves. And then you can see also the layout of the 2-bedroom or the 2-bed versus the 1-bed suites. The allocation of those is basically a strategic decision on, you get more value for the dollar on the 2-bed units. And the 1-bedroom are critical for certain things, including the resident, the student resident who sort of heads that student community. And also just sometimes there are special needs and the students need to be in a room by themselves. And so we took advantage of the fact you have these different configurations to shape the building. And as you can also see for all the circulation within the building, hopefully it's fairly clear where the zones are in terms of those common spaces. But all of the circulation within the building is set up to have natural daylight coming in from all sides. So you never are in a dark hallway of any kind. Next slide, please. So a little bit on the room selection. We went through a great deal of deliberation on the room types. And because of grant competitiveness, again, the cost per bed had to be as low as possible, right? So what's become sort of a standard amongst a lot of these applications we've been doing is we end up with the traditional model of basically the 2-bed and 1-bed put together in the community format. And then the common spaces become the gathering areas where they come together. And each one of the units or communities has that, what you see is in the yellow there, the living room, kitchen, dining area for the socialization aspects. The support spaces, what we call flex spaces, those are either private study, group study, food pantry, clothes pantry, counseling offices, anything that's best adapted for that particular use at that location. And then, of course, the laundry room to serve the students. And the restroom configuration you see there, 6 different private restrooms and 2 gender neutral with a lavatory basin in the middle to make it a fairly private experience for those students using the facilities. Next slide. So a little bit about the architecture. We talked about how the different elements of the plan formed these different geometric blocks. And to take advantage of creating interest in the facade of the architecture, they're rendered in different types of materials such as plaster and metal panel. And each block is given kind of a distinct language. And the fenestration patterns are varied to give each block something of a different language, because it is a fairly static program. So to create the interest in the architecture, we had to emphasize, like on that main entrance area you see with the roof form there, that's to call out the entrance, that's to signal to the students where the main entry point, main activity point of the building takes place, where the primary vertical circulation is, et cetera. But it's also a great little entry statement and pass through going to that commercial center to the north of the facility. And you get a sense of the scale of that south courtyard and the potential for landscaping there and outdoor activities that could take place out there. Next slide. And a little bit of aerial view showing basically from the same perspective. Directly to the south of this would be the new building on the Alameda campus there. And there is still potential space left on this site for expansion for either housing or academic structures once the diesel tech building is removed, which is part of the current project going on out there at the college. And then you get an idea of how we're using roof forms to help with the building articulation. Next slide. So the cost estimate. So what we did is we put together a pricing package that included all the drawings you've seen, plus some more technical drawings and narratives from engineering consultants and other specialists. And was sufficient to arrive at a reasonable expectation of costs for this project. And so that total is given in terms of the hard construction cost, and it becomes a data entry point for this form, which is the state form for trying to tally all the expected costs for this project, including fees, permits, all of the escalation factors that take place over time. And you get a number down at the bottom that gives you your expected $90 million cost for the project, more or less. So what that does is it gives us that cost per bed, which is the all-important factor in the state's analysis for who qualifies for this funding. And so it's a pretty competitive environment out there with all the colleges going for this, because we're involved with a lot of them. And so we can see what's going on. And so our advice, is to try to work on that number. And matching contributions are key to that. So if we can get that cost per bed down as low as possible, that's going to play very well with the college's chances of getting the grant. Andy, do you want to comment on anything else on the?
We'll talk later about the district contribution. So
Okay. All right. And then I don't know if there's anything else on the architectural side of things. We can go to the next slide. Any questions on the design approach or I'd be happy to answer. Oh, yeah, sure.
Not necessarily design approach, just regarding the 231K per bed. You said as low as possible. What does low mean? Like, what is a number that would be as low as possible?
Well, let's,
So
yeah, we can.
We are going to address
Okay.
that. Can we wait just till
Yes.
the end and Etheria is going to address that if that's
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate just because we have a slide on that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Mike, thank you so much. Next slide, please. The scoring rubric, as we've heard, and really great design. So thank you that's a lot of effort that's gone in to really create a quality residential experience while keeping it affordable. And this is the rubric. This is from the State Chancellor's Office. As you can see, there are items that we can influence and there are items we cannot. And of course, that lowest cost per student housed is very important, but it's also important. It is important that we get the grant for your students. It's important that your students have a very nice place to live so they can succeed. So they need to blend together. But going back, construction ready is as soon as we can bring the state's grant, and the purpose is to provide shelter for the students as soon as possible. So that's why that is a scoring criteria. I'm not going to read all of these, but the local contribution from the January grants, we have seen the scoring. And in fact, recommendation I think was made today about what may get approved. And the lowest cost per student housed became the overarching evaluation criteria within the school's control. You can't control your geographic location and other places here that you can see. And then of course, if there's a local match, that drives down your state request for the same amount of beds. So that proved to be very favorable for the January scoring. Go to the next slide. So what's also important too, and while I certainly am so appreciative of the wonderful design, but we want to make sure the state's purpose is to take students and provide shelter for success for more graduations, of course. It is not intended though to put any of the general fund or any fund at risk. So we really worked very hard, and this takes time, is looking at the rental rates, of course. And there's a cap per SB 169 that we cannot be more than 30% of 50% of the area median income. And if we fall 10% below that, then we get the full 10 points. We're even going to try and achieve even better, but we can do that once we get the grant and we're working. So we wanted to see, and there you can see the proposed rents for the unit types that you saw previously. And please bear in mind too, that these rents include furniture, Wi-Fi and utilities. There's typically not a security deposit that needs to be put down. And there's usually not a credit application because a lot of these students don't have credit. So it's a lot of open access for the students. You can go to the next slide. Oh, thank you. So we had to look and really discuss what are the property management expenses that we think, and then what are two, of course, the district expenses. This is student housing. This is on your campus, whether you manage it yourself or not. What are those impacts and what's an associated dollar amount with them? So we always do student housing operational expenses on a per bed. So the numbers that you see here are per bed. So as you can see, for our 306 beds, the bottom number for the OpEx is 2.5 million. And so then, and this is every slide you're seeing is part of an Excel spreadsheet where there's a lot of formulas behind everything you see. But let's go to the next slide, please. And so this purpose of the grant also, so we take the rents, of course, we times them by a 12-month term, which is what is projected for these students. And we also look as we want to take in some assumptions too for occupancy. There's going to be students that move. There's going to be students that somehow they cannot pay and we somehow cannot collect. We need to account for that. So that's why we modeled this at an 88% occupancy rather than 100. We've allowed for resident advisors to have a small stipend in the operational expenses for their work, as well as access to free housing. So that's all modeled in here as well. There's going to be some other income, but looking too is that cost per bed from what that previous slide was about. And then there's a nominal bottom line, a net operating income. This grant is not intended for the state to be a revenue source to the college. Again, it's not intended either to put risk on you. So net operating income can go to a further capital reserve fund, which has already been modeled in, plus this would be additional. Or maybe two, you don't have to raise your rents 3% every year. So we can really watch that NOI to make sure that we're always pushing those rents as low as we can while maintaining obviously the safety, security, and student residential life programming aspects. Go to the next slide. So I'm really the next steps, of course, is there is a grant and the grant is due July 3rd. And that is not a moving date on anyone's part. So that does require the board approval. So obviously the next time we're here. But I think it'd be really good now to address your question about the local contribution area.
Go ahead, Trustee Yohannes. You're good? Okay.
Actually, Sasha, could you bring up the, there we go, great. We've been very successful in obtaining state matching funds for our projects. We have 6, actually we have 7 now, just hasn't been announced for the 7th that we've recently been awarded. But here we have to look at being as competitive as possible. It was safe for us to assume 25%. That means a $23 million contribution. However, that won't get us to where we need to if in order for the district to be awarded the grant for housing. If we really are very competitive, we're going to have to look at 41%, which is a $38 million cost, or a 45%, which is a $42 million cost. At 45%, that takes us down to $168,000 per bed. That is the sweet spot. That is the magic spot that the state is looking for. At 41%, where our cost would be, our contribution would be 38 million, that's competitive, but it's not the sweet spot. So this is just a competitive grant that we're trying to further for our students. Let's see, and we're also exploring how much it would be, the feasibility, the cost on other campuses. So we have a full understanding of what that housing initiative for Peralta would be. So that is why it's important that you see this for this presentation, and we will come back again on the 27th for the final presentation to then submit to the state. So I hope that's answered your question.
Okay, trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Thank you for this presentation. And I have a few questions, but I'm going to start with just one and then pass it along. On slide number 12, the operating expense per bed per year what is controllable and non-controllable cost mean? And then does this include maintenance, ongoing maintenance? Is that included in this?
Yes, it does. And I'm glad you asked that. So when you operate a student housing community, you can control maintenance to a degree. You can control cleaning, your staffing, but you can't control utilities. I mean, there's certain things we can do, of course, with sustainable features, et cetera, and insurance. So we put usually those two, and that's what's in here in the non-controllable. And then the other line items, we would be able to have some control. I mean, I say that because, of course, we need management in the building. So it's included in the operational expenses we have two that are here. We have the operational expenses to run this student housing if it just stood on its own. And that includes your staff, that includes your resident advisors, that includes your janitorial, your maintenance, your security is all included in these numbers. What we also included were allocations for district. Title IX, there will certainly be college participation. There will be some district participation from Etheria and her team. You're going to have student services that's going to be working, private management company or not. So there's several college positions that we worked very closely to identify and put certain percentages to each of those positions. Those are all included in that operational expense.
On that, I guess what I was asking about maintenance is and also furniture. My son lives in student housing, and the furniture every year gets replaced because they go through it. Maybe not every year, maybe a few years.
Hopefully every few years.
But I'm just wondering about maintenance in terms of we were talking about the doors being broken here. So I'm talking about things breaking down and the cost of fixing versus maintenance staff. Is that in here?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's staffing, and then there's operational. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but we have an R&M number. It's probably around $350 a bed per year. So that is included. Also, what's included, and I'm glad you brought that up, is it's called turnover. Is a lot of times in student housing, and it's an interesting time because usually a lot of the students come in and out all within the same week or two. And that's when you go through each of in every room and identify, does this need a new mattress? You usually would do touch-up paint in every room. There is a number, it's probably around $250 per bed per year. I mean, I'm close on my estimates without pulling up the spreadsheet. That covers turnover. There is a capital repair and replacement reserve that is also put in your, it's per bed per year. It's probably around $225 per bed per year. That is intended for when there are major capital repairs. That is to be put hopefully in an interest-bearing account. And so when you do need, hopefully it's not every year, but you might want to do a whole furniture replacement, maybe year 5 or year 7. There is going to be a roof that needs to be replaced, the mechanical system. So that's what that capital repair and replacement reserve is set aside so that you have that fund for, just like it's called, for major capital repairs.
VP Quillen?
So I have a question, and this may be for Interim Vice Chancellor Smith. Where do we propose getting the $43 million from?
Well, at this time, it's not included in our bond. So either we would have to go out for partnerships, or we'd have to go out for another facilities bond.
So we would go out for facility bond for student housing, is what you're saying?
Well, for student housing and for other facility needs that we will identify in 2024, it would be a bond for 2024.
So this is being awarded in the 2020. So July 1st, 2024 would be when it would be eligible to be awarded.
Correct.
So we would have to do it before then? We would have to do it before then, right?
No, we would have to, when you say before, then you mean going out for the bond?
Before July 1st, 2024. Yes.
We would have to identify if we're going out for a bond. We'd have to identify which way we're going to pursue the funding in order to, if we go further with the initiatives that we're doing, are we going to get partnerships? Is this going to be privately done? Because we don't go for a bond, then we get a P3 partner. Or do we go out for a bond with the district and also continue to improve our existing facilities? So there are decisions that still have to be made.
Okay, the second thing that I'm having a really hard time to understand is we talk about homeless students, we talk about students living in their cars. And if they're homeless and living in their cars, how do they afford $880 a month rent?
You know what? That is a question I can't really answer. I'm sure there are grants, there's financial aid. I'm not sure. There's housing grants that they could be eligible for. And just as Volts expressed, even we are anticipating that there'll be some defaults. There'll be some students that will not be able to pay. So that is also included in some of these numbers. So not everybody will be able to afford it. So we'll anticipate that moving forward.
When we did the survey and when we quantified the demand, those students saw a room type and they saw a rent. And the students that qualified for the grant saw the rents that were relative to what you saw on the presentation. And then we checked, we didn't just say, oh, you like it, that's great, you can pay the rent, we believe you, that's great, you're in the yes category. It goes through several filters. And one of those filters is we also look to see what the student is paying right now. They do self-proclaim what their living expenses are, but if it is zero or significantly lower than the tested rents, they are not included in the demand number. So that 1,400 students that qualify for SB 169 passed all those filters. So I just wanted to.
So these
share
aren't
with that.
students that are homeless or living in their cars now if they qualify for, if they meet the income levels necessary for those apartments, correct?
Well, they have to qualify to be a low income student. So per SB 169, it's basically they need to be a Pell Grant recipient and a 12 credit hour student to qualify to live in the grant funded housing.
Right, but then you said you did an income evaluation.
Yes.
And if they can pay the rent at $880 a month or $1,000 a month,
Mhm.
then they're probably not homeless or living in their cars now.
That's a fair deduction. It certainly is. And so probably that 1,400 students agree with you that probably most of those students that aren't paying anything for rent and living in a
Right.
shelter would
So
not qualify.
it kind of puts a false front on it when we talk about homeless people or students living in their cars, homeless students or students living in their cars, making housing available for them. We're not really doing that.
Well, I mean, there's homelessness and there's housing insecurity, and we did ask what their current living environment was, but I mean, we only would ask the students so much. Of course, it's all very
It's hard.
unanimous. Yeah, exactly. There's only so much we would. But anyway, just want to make sure that everyone knows that the demand, at least that we showed, didn't take every single student. So I'm sure you have a population and it's probably pretty significant. I don't know off the top of my head how many students got filtered out, but it's probably significant.
I also want to be mindful, we have two trustees joining us via Zoom. So I wanted to see if they had any questions at this time.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan and Chancellor Jackson have their hands raised.
Let's go ahead and proceed with trustee Gonzalez-Run.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It would be helpful if we could see some of the slide sheets behind your data. So on operating expenses, et cetera, like trying to see, what have you got built in for security as an example, what are the capital costs, et cetera. I'm also quite concerned about not at this point having identified a source for local funding. I do agree that there are other sources of funding. We could potentially go out for a bond. I'm also wondering whether we have at this point approached the county and or any other local entities that have housing bond money for possible participation. So asking for more of the defined data behind some of these figures, some of your spreadsheet cost breakdowns, and then have we done any exploration with local housing partners for discussion, nonprofits and or the county?
Thank you, Trustee Ewing. We have not explored with local entities. At this time, we were only focused on the feasibility study and understanding what the commitment would be, where we get the funding if we bring in private partnerships to do so. We're just understanding what those costs are right now and understanding what the impact to the colleges would be. And we'll be happy to provide more information. You wanted to see the backup to where we got the numbers from. I'm sure Volts and this group will be happy to provide it for you.
Okay. The other thing that I think is really interesting as a possibility is how a 24/7 presence on the campus impacts campus life and in particular equity concerns. And I'm wondering to what extent we have begun that conversation with the student services and the instructional staff at the College of Alameda and or Laney College as potential partners. Have we begun to do that kind of work?
Great question, great point. The answer is yes. The work is just beginning, but we have been meeting weekly with the president's cabinet. And we've been really talking, and there's about that holistic total cost of ownership. Yes, it's a cost that you've seen on a spreadsheet, and we'll certainly, as Etheria has said, share the detail with you. That's on my computer even here, but it's more also too is we look for, are we ready? And how are we preparing? And we are working right now with Santa Rosa Junior College that will bring 352 beds to campus starting this fall. And Napa Valley, 500 beds the following year. Both have a partial grant. And for 2 years prior, we worked very closely, and we still are, on all those conversations. It is very nuanced. It requires, and I heard it earlier, I think it was from Academic Senate, it requires a lot of shared participation. I spoke today, and I'm with the president of Santa Rosa Junior College. I'm sure he's okay if I quote him. He just said today, it's all about transparency and a lot of communication to figure out all these details. We have started those conversations. I just want to make sure everybody realizes they don't end. And we would need to continue those as we look to transition to a 24/7 campus.
Okay.
You brought up equitable experience and access and whatnot. We wouldn't want this to look like a gated community where only the student residents are welcome, balanced by a secure environment. So there's a lot of citing, as you saw from Mike's presentation. We're not closing this off. It really has an open feel. Hopefully there can be some co-curricular activities, but we certainly want to make sure that it represents equity and access for the students.
Okay. So you're going to be coming back on 27th asking for an up or down. And so I guess I'm thinking, one, if we said yes at this point, there's still a couple of exit points. If you're given the grant, you don't necessarily need to accept it. There's time for study. The other thing that I think would be really helpful for the board and for me as a board member is comparative data. So, Compton recently got money, Santa Rosa's well along the way. There are a couple of other districts that have student housing, particularly out in rural districts. Shasta, I think, has traditionally had housing for, in particular, student athletes. And as we look at the figures that you've come up with here in terms of operating expenses, I think it would be reassuring for me as a board member and maybe my colleagues to look at comparable experience from the handful of districts that are ahead of us in this process. So, for example, Santa Rosa, they weren't operating with big state grants. I think they did it mostly with a public-private partnership. But looking at comparable projects and seeing how did they finance it, what are their per bed costs, what are their projected operating expenses, et cetera, so that as the board really considers the financial implications of this and whether we could move forward with this responsibly, we're not just doing this based on a theory of what community college housing would look like, that we could really be doing it based on hard data as much as we can. And I fully realize this state grant project is different. I'm frankly a little surprised that the per bed cost is as high as it is, given that it's, the construction will all be paid for. So there isn't a mortgage to pay for. There isn't land costs to pay for. There isn't taxes to pay for. So getting that comparative data, I think, would be very reassuring for me in ultimately making a decision. And then also knowing that if we say yes to the grant application, it doesn't necessarily commit us to actually going ahead with construction. I think the presumption is that if we're going to apply, we're moving forward. But I think there are a couple of exit ramps that we can still look at with some amount of security if we're not completely satisfied with the data that you're able to pull together by the 27th. Lastly, I want to say I'm a big proponent of this. I think we need to really be bending over backwards to figure this out. I know some people have said we need to be focusing on educational mission, et cetera. And frankly, as near as I can tell, the absence of affordable housing for our student body is in fact an educational access barrier. It is one of the critical educational access barriers. I'm not sure that this proposal meets it. I think Trustee Quinlan has raised some critical questions. For truly impoverished students, I think the dollar rental amount that we've got pegged here is far too high. And so I think we need to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out how to lower costs even more. But I'm super excited that we're this far along. And then the last thing I'll say is, I think there's a really strong appetite in the public for bond money. I know former student trustee Marlene Hurd is working on a multi-county bond measure. Santa Clara County approved almost $1 billion for bond money, as did Alameda County. We've got a super attractive population in terms of the public perception of need. And we've got a really generous public that has always supported our bond issues. So I'm optimistic, though also quite cautious, appropriately, because this is a big deal. We've not done this before, but I think we're going to need to really be dreaming big and thinking big, because the housing crisis that is facing our society and our students is a kind of overwhelming. And if we're not willing to take it on, I don't know who will. So thank you so much for the work that's gone forward. I look forward to a bit more background data so I feel comfortable making a decision. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And we will provide that operational expense data. It looked high to you. We took very conservative approach, and we also included the district overhead, which you wouldn't typically see in a standalone student housing property, but we will assemble that data for the next meeting.
Thank you. And
Thank you very much.
I want to call on Chancellor Chancellor Jackson. I believe her hand was up.
Thank you very much. And I just want to reiterate and underscore some of the things that were made by Trustee Ewan. There are several exit points in this proposal. If we choose to go forward, there is no guarantee, first of all, that we will be awarded the $50 million. If we don't go forward with it, we know we will not have $48 or $50 million if we were awarded. So I would urge the board to move forward with that based upon the money that we've invested in the feasibility study. If indeed after we look at what those background costs are and the board makes a decision that they do not want to go forward, those costs will still remain the same, except we will not have any support from the state. To the first point that was made, a question of asking, have we explored this? In April of 2021, when I came on board, one of the first people I met with was the retired president of Rotary. I was introduced to him by President Vesikoff, and the three of us met, and as well as the current board president of the Rotary, Downtown Rotary, one of the largest. I think it's Rotary number 2 or Rotary number 3 in the nation, and is one of the largest Rotaries in the East Bay. And his commitment was, we have made the decision that we will eliminate homelessness in the Bay Area, in their region, Oakland particularly, but in our region, because our district overlaps that. That is one of the cities that we support. And he said, people looked at us like we were crazy when we said that. And he said, but if you recall, we also said that we were going to eliminate polio. And they have. There has only been 2 outbreaks of polio in the world because Rotary took that on as a challenge. Now, they reached out to us. I did not reach out to them. And they wanted to look at a public-private partnership. They wanted to look at a public-private partnership, and they also wanted to look at a public. So looking at maybe our municipalities. I asked him to wait until we had done a feasibility study, and he has been anxiously waiting for the results and how we're going to move forward. So I do not think that we will have individuals within our community that would not want to partner with us. Whether we go strictly with a partnership, public-private or public-public-private, or if we go out and have those same partners helping us to get a bond passed. That is how important it is to our students and to our community. So we will provide you with those additional data to look to see behind. But the feasibility study is to bring to us what are some of the concerns, issues, things we need to consider when we look at total cost of ownership. So I want to commend Volts on their presentation. They have put in a lot of work, given that they were awarded the contract right before the Christmas break, and they have hit the ground running. They've met with us, they met with the staff, they've kept us apprised of everything. And in the era of transparency, we'd be more than willing to provide that information to the board so you can see what our figures are. But I dare say, for what we're proposing, and if someone can correct me, because we have audience out there, where you can get what we're looking at for $1,000, approximately, a little less than that per month in the Bay Area in the Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley area. Emeryville, Albany might be a little bit more or less. But given what the costs are and coming with a cost of 1,000, the students acknowledge that that's less than what they're paying right now in some of their places. So I think that we've done a good job. I don't know if there's anything else that we can do to whittle that cost down. But living here myself now, I would be happy to pay $1,000 a month. So if there aren't any more questions of ABC Smith or votes,
You have a couple more questions on the dais.
okay.
Was it my turn? Yeah. So I just had a couple questions. One of them on the numbers on the, where to find mine? So on that 2.5 million, that total operating expense for affordable beds and 1-bedroom residence director unit per year, where is that in the cash flow?
So if you, on kind of on the left-hand column, where you see, so we always take, so cost per bed per year. And also too, is these are what you're looking at on the cash flow are 2028 numbers. And we use 2023 numbers, so that 2.519 was a 2023 number. Those numbers are escalated each year by 3%. And it's a little smaller print, and it says dollar per cost per bed per year. And it's in the operational expense to the left-hand side. You can go to the cash flow. It's on the left-hand column. It is, it's where it says 8,208 per bed per year. It's right under the operational expenses. Oh, thank you for highlighting that. That is times 306, times the rents, times, and then exponentially 3% each year of an increase to reflect a 2028 dollar. So there's a formula right there that would raise it to the current value, the future value in 2028. I shouldn't say maybe value, future expense.
And thank you, that's helpful. And how much is being contributed to the capital reserve fund?
Yes, it's approximately $200 per bed per year.
Okay. This is a question for the Vice Chancellor. I'm wondering, one of the things that I've heard in these meetings from different community members is that there's maintenance challenges at the colleges, and that this is a real big concern for students. And we've had students come in here and talk about that. And I wonder how we would address this in housing so that we don't get into a similar situation, because in housing, you can quickly go from being a landlord to a slumlord if we're not careful. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
It is a separate operation, as Volts indicated. That maintenance costs would be separate from what we're doing in the district itself. So when I say separate, there would be a housing component, and then our maintenance, it's built into this housing component that we've discussed. We're still working with these numbers. We're still working out on how this is all going to work together. But our bond stays focused on the existing buildings right now.
Right, I guess, and for me, it's not so much it looks to me like there's planning for funds. I'm not an expert on whether it's enough funding or not. I'm imagining this is comparable to other kinds of proposals. But it's a matter of managing those funds. Just like we have bonds now for maintenance, we're still having challenges getting that maintenance done. We might have funds available for capital improvements, but then we have trouble managing. How do we make sure we don't have trouble managing the capital reserve to make the maintenance repairs?
It would be my guess that that is a separate initiative, separate from what we have to do for the existing. The housing component would be run separately. If it is a private partnership, that home maintenance, are we going to have an outside person come in or outside organization come in and run it for us, manage it? Our partners, do they run it or manage? It's separate from our existing facilities.
And this current, under operating expenses, property management at 1.179 million, that's for a separate project, property management company to run to manage these properties and to be in charge of the capital improvements and all of that?
Yes, let Volts, because she can explain a little bit more detailed to what those numbers include.
Okay, thank you.
So we put in, again, the WEWIN is very conservative on all these numbers, meaning that we left a lot of room to hopefully bring everything down. A management company, if you choose to have a private management company, they are typically paid as a percentage of gross revenue minus expenses, so adjusted gross revenue. So it would be off of the 3.62503. That is usually, and what's modeled in here is a 4% fee. So that is paid annually to your property management company. It could also be paid monthly, but whatever the annual amount is, 4% of gross revenue to the management company. Now, if you choose not to, of course, that comes right off of the operational expenses. There's pros and cons to both. And that's just, since we haven't decided yet, we don't need to yet. If we're going to do private management, we thought we should include that as an expense too.
So what you're saying, sorry, I'm just, is that in these numbers, we have a private management company that's not Peralta managing these properties. That's already expensed in here.
That's correct. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, I had one item that I didn't see up there was security. Do we have any idea around security, whether we would expand our security coverage, or would there be on-site security, or what kind of, how are we addressing that issue?
Yeah, that's also taken into consideration in the number. So how we do security, what are our local agreements with agencies, that's also taken into consideration
In the
numbers.
In the operating costs?
Yes.
Okay. The second question I have, I don't really understand how the bond measure would work. I guess we don't have to say how we're going to come up with this $50 million until we get, or $45 million until we get the award, right?
Well, if you go out for another bond, there are specific things that are listed in your bond, what you're going to use
Right.
the money for. So each time we come to the board, we have to justify that it is listed in our bond,
Right.
that that's what we told the taxpayers, what we would use the money for. Student housing is not listed in this bond. So
You're talking about Measure G or Measure A?
yes,
Right.
yes, sir. So if we go out for another bond in 2024, we would have to also list student housing.
I understand that. I guess I'm trying to figure out the timeline between the grant would be considered awarded and when the bond might pass. And, a part of that is, I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is, are the construction costs in 2023 dollars, or are they in 2025 dollars, which is when construction might actually start? Because it would take that long for us to pass a bond.
We would have to come back let us come back on the 27th with more escalated cost and to have an understanding of where we would be in December 2024, when we would have to move forward. We would have to go out for our bond in November 2024. So we would have to know in December what we're gonna be doing. So, but there are a lot of moving parts to this. And it's, this is just the beginning of understanding what we're gonna do. what the really understanding what the opportunity is. Yeah.
On the cost estimate sheet that we presented in the slide deck there, on the JCAF 32 form, there is a data entry point for escalation to midpoint of construction, which factors in the time frame between getting the funding, preparing drawings, getting DSA approval, and then initiating the bidding and construction process. So that's about 2 years down the line.
What
So
page would that?
That's on the JCAF 32. Is there a way to pull that slide back up?
I don't know what.
Yeah, hi. Thanks. This is Bobby from Alma Strategies. I just wanted to chime in on that. If we could pull that up on the presentation, the JCAF 32 form is where we're getting our cost estimates from, and that current estimate is escalated to the midpoint of construction. So it is not in 2023 dollars. In fact, it's all the way up to where we would have the middle of our construction duration. So right now we're assuming a 24-month construction duration, I believe. And so it would be in that 12th month of that construction duration. If we have the slide up, I can point you where it is.
So it says up here that the construction start would be December 2024, correct?
Yes.
And how
So-
long, sorry, I'm moving on to construction timeline, if that's okay.
Yeah, same one.
Yeah. Yeah. So the other question that I have, assuming that everything goes as planned, and that's a big assumption, right? We're in politics, that's, how that works. Assuming that everything goes as planned, what would be the timeline for opening our student housing?
So we're looking that a planning would start as soon as possible. That's December 2024. You'd start and initiate construction, get it through DSA. There's a lot of factors that, you all know are issues with DSA. It's getting it through DSA, working with the state to keep them apprised of, yes, we're moving forward. However, these particular things are out of our control. So as soon as something comes out of DSA, then we can move forward. So anticipate there would be an initiation in December 2024. You can do your grading, you can do groundbreaking, and you can do planning at the same time. That would be your first year. Come out of DSA, then go into your construction. That takes you to the midpoint, and that would be probably 26, 27.
Yeah, on the JCAP form, there is under, I guess it's number 13, there's an anticipated time schedule, and there's a complete project is listed at November of 2026.
And it would be ready for students at that point to move in, correct?
Correct. Construction would be completed.
Anticipated.
I'm wondering, just because I don't know, I don't have the experience around other construction projects that we've had some new buildings going up. I'm just wondering about what has the experience been with staying on timeline, and then are there incurred costs as you get delays, and are those included in here?
Well, yes. Well, I can't say that this is the timeline that is expressed on the JCAF 32 is what the state is looking for at, typically what would happen. However, there's always outside parameters that impact us. So that's when we have to communicate with the state and let them know what the delays are, such as there's a pipe that we have to remove. That will be a delay. Or, let's go talk about the doors. There's the COVID and the delay that it took us, 6 months just to get the doors. But that was because of the supply chain. So those things will impact us as long as you keep the state involved and how you move forward, then you'll be successful. Go ahead.
And I know that the hard construction cost line item doesn't get a lot of fanfare on that form, but it's actually the result of a fairly extensive document that does include a contingency for those unforeseen conditions in the construction process, usually a 10%, 10 to 15% at this stage, because there's a lot of unknowns. So the hard construction cost has some of that built in.
Thank you.
I hope that answers the concern.
I also just want to echo some of my colleagues' comments. I really love the innovative approach that we're taking with this. I'm really supportive of this. So I'm hoping that at the 27th meeting, as Trustee Gonzalez was saying, having some of these costs kind of broken down a little bit more so we can see how much security is going to cost. We can see how much the maintenance is going to cost. I think that would be really helpful for all of us to see that moving forward. Yeah.
So I guess my biggest concern is if there's some way we can structure this so we isolate it from any possible impact it can have on our ability to offer classes, where we're not taking money out of paying for classes to pay for a facility for students to go to class. That, I mean, to me, that's my nightmare scenario, that we're losing students because we can't offer classes by building a project that we can't afford.
Absolutely, and that's completely understood, and certainly this is intended to run as really its own auxiliary. So the expenses and the revenues, that's how they're modeled, so that you are not risking any source of funding for academic. And that is not the purpose of the grant either, which is why we do have a reasonable buffer. But again, as I mentioned too, it's not also to generate revenue for the school. So that is why, and I am looking forward to sharing all the detail behind those numbers that you have. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's pretty straightforward, but I think it'll help answer at least show what was modeled to hopefully provide some more confidence in mitigate as much risk as possible.
Trustee Johannes?
Just a clarification question on a different subject, more so regarding eligibility. You're saying 12 units per term, and I assume that means just fall and spring, correct?
That's correct.
And so I'm wondering, for example, if a student just happens to take 10 in spring, but they still want to live, is there a case where it can be 24 cumulative, including the summer or something of the sort where?
The state, in the SB 169 language, they say that the college will make best efforts to first offer the housing to students with 12 credit hours. So there's also two exceptions to that. Also, if a student has some type of condition where they can't take 12 credit hours. So it's not a steadfast, the state, I don't work for the state, but they're not also looking to put these students back out on the street because they went down from 12 to 10. So in any really student housing that's operated in on campus, when a student can't pay their rent, it's getting more into the weeds. It's not usually a typical eviction is you really work with that student. So in a similar way too, as with the credit hours, there would be certainly case by case.
Okay, case by case.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
President Delphine Polk.
Go ahead.
Does the grant application limit who can live there? So for example, we get a lot of revenue from international students. It's a core part of our income stream, of our funding model. I think a critical concern for international students is often housing. I don't think we would necessarily want to provide subsidized housing for international students. But I'm wondering whether there is the possibility of a two-tiered rent structure so that you might have some students who were in greater need have subsidies and students who were not in greater need might pay at market rate. Is there some provision in the language of the grant that limits our ability to do that?
So any beds that we are going for, we call it state supportable, that's the language in the grant. They are limited for eligibility to the students that qualify per the language in the bill, which are those students that qualify for low income. So it would not allow for the populations that you were just describing, because I don't think they would qualify. So Napa Valley and Santa Rosa Junior College went after a partial grant. This is not a decision you need to make tonight. So there are 2 rent structures that are offered. There are a certain number of beds that are set aside because they are supported by state money. And the students that live there do need to income qualify and therefore pay the lower rent. But state supportable has to be the students that qualify per the income requirements.
And if we apply for the grant in this particular way and we're awarded the grant, is there then any flexibility after the grant is awarded to change the number of beds, the structure, anything along those lines? So that, for example, you just mentioned, well, you'd have some beds that were state supported, some beds that were not. If you get the grant, is it possible then to change the overall plan to make modifications? And I ask in part because this is a bit of a moving target. You know, we're trying to figure it out. We're in a bit of a rush, which is never great. We probably haven't done the shared governance engagement yet that we would really want to be doing for a project of this magnitude and really of a change of the program of the colleges. Is there flexibility post-award to make modifications to the facility?
So to date, and there have been the 2021 grants have been awarded. And the state is very, they have not, you have to supply the number of beds that you have told the state that you will supply. And that's really the mandate. So we don't get to take that number down with the state.
But we could
supportable.
expand that number potentially.
You could, you would just have to then obviously look for another source of funding for that.
So for example, if we went out to the voters for bond in 2024, that bond language could include money for affordable housing for students, faculty, staff. You know, we're looking at one campus. We've got 3 other campuses with pretty significant needs. Obviously, Laney's students would be sort of closest for this particular property, but up in Berkeley or up towards Merritt, there'd be significant need. Is it possible to combine this building and expand this building with other funds? Or it's like, no, this is a standalone project, leave it alone, you got a grant, do what you said you were going to do.
We can, it's my understanding that we can expand it. That is additional fund that the district would have to come up with. However, we are looking at feasibility studies, as I had mentioned before, for all 3 of the other colleges, so that we know what those expenses are also. So when we talk about student housing, we go out for a bond, we're talking district-wide. This particular structure that is picked to be at College of Alameda is for all of the students, not just for Alameda students, but we know that there is a need throughout the district. So again, we are utilizing all of our funds that we've gotten for the facility, for the feasibility grant, to understand what our total cost is district-wide.
Okay. And I'll just mention, you know, where I teach at Fort de Anza, the voters supported the district with almost $1 billion in bond funding, also Measure G, $200 million of which have been earmarked for affordable housing for faculty, staff, and students. So there's, and this is in Santa Clara County, which isn't nearly as supportive in general as our Alameda County voters have been. So I'm quite optimistic that there are additional public dollars that could be sought after. Thank you.
So, just to add a bit to the bond language, if we go for another, if we go for a bond and we add housing or whatever we choose to do with those monies, you would not have the restrictions that the grant has on those beds. So the grant also, with that lowest cost per student housed, does not allow for family housing. That's coming straight from the state chancellor's office. I'm only sharing that that might be, I don't know, a population that you would want to serve. So you can every year in your management agreement determine what your waterfall is for prioritization. So you can always choose, you just wouldn't have those limits like the SB 169, which really income qualified 12 credit hours.
I guess the last thing that I want to say is I think to the extent that we can begin conversations sooner rather than later with nonprofit housing management and development companies, that would be a great relief to me as a board member. Vice Chancellor Smith, you've already got your hands pretty full just managing the projects that you're doing. And I think, you know, we're going to hear a lot of grumbling if we move forward with this. Like, what are we doing? We can't manage what we already are doing. And I think that if we can consider this as a separate project that's being managed and moved forward and kept separate from the rest of the kind of operating structures, I myself would be relieved knowing that we weren't taking on a new management project for facilities that are unprecedented in our district. So, you know, I think you've got management funds built into the operating costs. I think as soon as we go out for, if the board decides to go forward with this, sooner rather than later, going out for an RFP for the management side of this and beginning that process, I think would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ewing. I would say the things that in our department, what we say, okay, the elephant's in the room. What do you do with it? How do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Let's get to the June 27th board and come back with the information with you. And then let's see how we move forward.
Okay. And maybe this is for the budget conversation, but if we issue a bond, when do we have to start paying that back? And can we put that into our budget, into our budget projections?
So if you put it, the timing and how it would work, and Bobby, if you feel, please step in. We would know July 1st of 2024 if we are awarded the grant dollars officially. That match that we're talking about is significant, of course, but you would have monies to begin because you'd have the grant monies. So I said, you have to build this number of beds. That is, or else we do not get the state monies. And then as we progress, of course, if you would have to pass the bond and have the surety, of course, of that. I don't know all your funding sources, but you wouldn't need that money on July 1st, 2024 to be available. And Bobby, I don't know if you have anything more to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct in terms of an expenditure perspective, in terms of when you need the funds for the actual project expenditures. When we get closer to understanding the competitiveness of this grant with everyone else who submits this year, I have a feeling that the Chancellor's office is going to be asking questions about everyone's matches and where they're coming from and what they are based upon. And so we may have to field those questions during the state's review process. Is your match contingent on a future bond in 2024, or do you have the money on hand some other way? That may be a question that comes up prior to July of 24. Now, that's not to say you need the money then, but we may need to be prepared to answer, yes, we are going out for a bond in 2024, or what other source of funding is partially paying for this. So that's kind of the timeline on, I think, when we may be asked the question about where our match is coming from versus when we need the actual funding for expenditure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Something they raised.
Go ahead.
So the idea that we would start building with state money and not have a bond approved, I mean, because once we accept the money from the state, we're committed and we have to find the money somewhere. I don't really, I mean, I can't see us doing that. That doesn't make any sense at all for us to do. Because if the bond fails, or, then we have to come up with $45 million from somewhere. And I have no idea where that would be.
Again, Trustee Quinlan, it's one step at a time. So
You can always turn the money back. If you
If
haven't
we start
started,
spending it, we can't turn it back.
right, but
we're talking 2024. I would think that we would have made a decision by then. And we're not going to be spending the money until we get the money. So we could always, as indicated by Trustee Ewan, there are lots of exits. If the board decides that if we're awarded the money, that there's too many ifs, we don't want to go out for a bond or any of that in between, you can always send the check back.
That's correct. There are many off ramps. And so even if you are awarded and for whatever reason you do not have your end of the match, you can always return that back and say you don't have the match, and that's fine.
I understand that, but the scenario that was given was we would start with grading operations or whatever with this money from the state and then pass a bond later in the year to pay for the rest of it.
no, that's not
Mm.
what I said. What I said was that once we find out, well, let's decide if we're going to submit. How aggressive, how competitive are we going to be? We're going to come back on the June 27th with more information. Once we decide yes or no, then we'll go from there. If it's a yes, then we will begin planning on how we're going to approach this. Who are our partners? What is the possibility? We will not know what the award would be until July. Is it July?
Yeah, in July of 2024 is when the final budget would be passed to allow for the expenditures for this project. That does not mean we start construction in July. That just means that the state's approved your budget to then be appropriated in that budget year, in that fiscal year, for expenditure. So, based on our schedule on that JCAP 32, we would still be in DSA in July of 2024. So by no means, I don't think we're going to be ready to hit a shovel into the ground.
And then part of
in
this
July.
process is also looking at county and other cities that could potentially help us with housing funding, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
We're going to have to explore all the options that we may have and know which way we can't go. And then you'll be able to decide, is this something for Peralta?
Trustee Reese, did you want to have any? I just wanted to give you an opportunity from Zoom.
Sure. I think that the same questions that I had in my mind were just asked by a few, particularly Vice President Quinlan. And I guess I'm also assuming that there are many colleges and many districts that are fairly in a similar boat in terms of they're going to have to go out and get the added tens of millions to match the state funding, and that some are more able and others are not. And so if we find ourselves given this funding, but we are unable to do steps 3, 4, and 5, there are appropriate appropriate guardrails, eventuating off ramps, as it was called, and that it would be within the first year or so, or first year and a half, before any of those monies are spent, is I guess just again, confirmation on that. And then the second, I had thought that by July, which is when the grant was supposed to be, the application was supposed to be put forward, that also there's a part of it where we needed to be shovel ready. I kept on hearing that term repeatedly. And then now I'm hearing that, of course, we're not going to be shovel ready at that point. But I thought that part of sending this application in required that we needed to be quote unquote shovel ready. Am I incorrect in my assumption there?
The shovel ready for this grant application, I think that the earliest shovel ready was going to be December of 2024. So you will maximize your points if you say you are going to be shovel ready by December of 2024, not July. And we are doing that in our application. And then to your first question, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Right. Okay. That I was just going to ask about the first question.
Oh yeah. And then yes, to your first question, yes, you will have multiple off ramps if for whatever reason we do not decide to move forward, whether that be for our match or because of a lack of match or some other reason. I think we'd be able to communicate that with the chancellor's office as soon as we were ready to.
And could you confirm if there are other districts that are in a similar situation?
Oh yeah. There are districts in the Bay Area region that are in a very similar situation and have a match that is contingent on a future bond. And I will say there are also at least one district that has a match in hand and is not contingent upon a future bond. And so you have both sides of that coin in this round of applications.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for a very robust conversation about this. It's really important. Let's go ahead and move to 4.2. Consider first reading and review presentation of the Peralta Community College District tentative budget. And Dr. Jones is here in the boardroom with us.
Sasha, if you can bring up the presentation, that would be great. Good evening, everyone. First of all, good evening, President Delphine Polk, trustees, colleagues. I'm here to present the tentative budget for FY 23-24. It's the first read of the tentative budget. And so as a sort of reminder, we are presenting this tentative budget essentially to provide spending authority that would be effective July 1 of 2024. It's basically a continuing operation authorization. And it is to satisfy the requirements stipulated in Ed Code. So before getting going, as you might well imagine, the process for development of the tentative budget is a significant group effort. And so I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to thank our finance team, particularly ABC Ahmed and Director Dave Vigo, but it really has been the effort of our entire finance team working together quite extensively to provide this, this report and presentation to you this evening. So next slide. So I wanted to start the presentation by spending a little time talking about the way in which we have genuinely sought to collaborate and to invite participation and input to the process by our many stakeholders. Early in the process, somewhere in the February timeframe, finance engaged in budget development forums. These forums had questions and opportunities for different groups, faculty. There was one specifically for classified professionals and administrators, and one for the college presidents to engage in didactic information. Not only did we provide forums, we provided information relative to different approaches to develop budgets. We also provided that information online. What we were seeking was input and to help folks to understand better the process. Additionally, as part of that conversation and input, there was some real concern related to the timeline of when we, as a district, approve the FTEF allocation to the colleges. So being responsive to that input, we pulled together faculty leadership group. We discussed with them ideas and approaches on what we were thinking about the allocation for the FTF for the coming year. Based on their input, we made a preliminary recommendation to the chancellor, which was upheld, that we would maintain the FTF allocation that we had last year. Now, I will be the first to say that if you look purely at issues of productivity and course fill rates, economically, that was not necessarily the approach that I would have recommended. But looking at a balance of other kinds of things, looking at the needs of our students and other considerations, we said, okay, we can try to support this. And we also, once we had that recommendation, we shared that with Academic Senate. We shared it with the Planning and Budget Committee. We shared it with the Planning and Governance Council as well. And that moved forward, and then the chancellor approved that, and that became, I'm so sorry about that. And that became one of the key elements of what we incorporated in the tentative budget. Fast forward a few months, we also provided not one, but two presentations to the Planning and Budget Council on the assumptions related to the tentative budget in accordance with the Planning and Budget timeline that the board had previously approved. And then we did seek to have this presented, well, it was presented to the PGC, and the misfortune of timing in terms of the schedule was such that there were a number of folks that were not present, and the motion was not successful. It was a 5-5-2 vote. So I want you to really understand that involving the campus community was definitely something that was a priority and something that we actually did intentionally engage in. Next slide, please. Other things that we needed to take into consideration as we began thinking about, oh, I don't know what, okay, there we go. Let's leave that there for just a second. All right, thank you, Sasha. I'm just kidding a little bit. All right, so the other thing that was really, really guiding and that needs to be noted is that we were looking at, okay, January, the governor's budget came out, budget proposal came out. And so what we wanted to do is to look at what are some of the key factors in the governor's budget that would be drivers for the development of Peralta's tentative budget. And so those were namely the COLA that was proposed. Now, in the governor's budget, the allocation of those resources that was proposed by the governor was intended to be a continued investment in the roadmap. And so the lion's share of the funding that was proposed to the community colleges was in support of the COLA, the cost of living adjustment. And so there wasn't allocation for a lot of other things. Now, the other thing to also be mindful of is that at that time, the state was anticipating a $22.5 billion deficit. And so there really wasn't a lot of other resources as it had been in the previous year, where there was a lot more historic investment in terms of resources provided to the community colleges. One of the other measures was essentially to roll back funding that had been approved in the 22-23 Budget Act. So the state proposed a reduction in the deferred maintenance and instructional equipment allocation from 23-24 of $213 million. Our share of that would be approximately $2.9 million, which means we have to think about, okay, we've already spent some of that money. If they pull it back, how do we react? How do we take that into consideration in terms of our planning? And then the other thing that was really, really germane when you look at the proposal was that the COLA that was provided or proposed was not provided for a number of really, really significant and important categorical programs. And I list some of those, which means that any salary increase that we provide, we need to reduce allocation within those other line items of those categorical programs to cover that cost, because those programs did not get an increase in their revenues or their allocations. So the approach to deal with that, because obviously we don't, we decide on raises by the different employee groups. We don't make decisions about raises based on the funding source. So to be equitable, we would say, okay, all faculty, you get X% raise, okay? Well, that doesn't, we don't treat one group of faculty because they happen to be counselor that's being funded out of C grant differently than someone that's funded from the general fund. But that may mean a reallocation of what we had planned for using the SEA funding, okay? Or if we didn't have it, then we'd have to figure out how to cover that out of the general fund. So these are things that we have to bear in mind and consider as we were developing the tentative budget. Next slide, please. All right, in addition to those constraints that were pertaining to the governor's proposed budget, we began looking at some of that. And when we looked at the budget from last year, and we moved that forward with some of the same general assumptions, primarily the positions and the like, became very obvious very quickly that the estimated expenses using our normal budgeting practice would be in excess of what we were projecting as the revenues. So that's so that was a constraint that we needed to deal with. The other was when there was an estimate of proposed savings in terms of reduction in benefit as a result of switching to a new benefit provider, there was a couple of things that were, it was based on a certain assumptions that did not actually come to pass. So first of all was that estimate was based on a particular timeline in which that switch would occur. It was anticipated that it would be in the July timeframe. It didn't actually happen until January. The other thing was when they did the estimate of the number of individuals that would be part of the switch, it included active employees, but it also included the retirees or those who had left employment of the district. Why is that significant? The reason that that's significant is because the reduction in terms of the benefit savings accrue in a different fund. But when we decided to do a quid pro quo in a sense, okay, we're gonna gain these savings and use those savings to augment salaries for our folks. The problem that that created was all of those salaries are in the general fund, and we are now likely to produce savings in Fund 94, which is a trust fund. So that was a challenge that we had to seek to overcome. And then, you know, just the typical ongoing drivers of cost increases in the form of, you know, PERS and STIRS or retirement cost increases, stepping column, health benefits, and OPEB liability. And as you may recall, for those of you who were on the board last year, there was an error in calculating the revenue. But we caught it before the board approved the budget. And we were able to come up with a plan to address it. One of the elements of that plan included using HERF funding to augment the state apportionment revenues and local revenues. Well, we didn't have that resource, and that was approximately $4 million. And then other cost increases that are related there, you know, with the debt and so forth. So these are constraints that we had to work under in order to try to produce a balanced budget. Next slide, please. So here are a few general assumptions. I won't, you know, go into a lot of detail. Generally, we had to stay within our board policy related to maintaining a fund balance. It was 10%. Now, with the new policy, it was 2 months of operating. Good news there was we were already at that level and it did not require additional budget to be allocated in order to meet that. The other thing is that when we make the allocation to the individual colleges, it was based on a 3-year average of FTES. And so that has been a historical practice that was certainly reflected in this budget as well. In general, just good budgeting practice. You want to provide a balanced budget, basically ensuring that your expense budget doesn't exceed your revenue budget, and that the primary revenue assumptions would largely be driven by what was in the governor's January budget proposal. Okay, next slide. All right, so here are some of the major revenue assumptions that when we calculate the total compensational revenues, it's basically looking at the 3-year average of the FTES, and that it is using, because for the 3 years that we're talking about, all 3 of those years were covered by the emergency condition allowance. Let me explain. So essentially, instead of our TCR for the FTES component of the student-centered funding formula, instead of using what we actually earned in terms of FTES, we use the FTS that we earned in 1920, as though we earned it in those subsequent 3 years, which we did not. It's what we submitted in our 320 report in some of those years was quite lower, but we were being funded at a much higher level than what we were actually producing in terms of FTS. The other revenue assumption, and I'll get into some a little bit more about the calculations in a moment. So, but I'm just going to quickly go through this. And then here we are. COLA was at 8.13. You know, we were looking at $228 per FTS in terms of lottery funding, and then looking at you know, partial tax funding of $8 million. Next slide, please. And there were a number of assumptions in terms of the expenses. So we estimated about, call it, you know, $800,000, close to $1 million in the cost increases related to step and column for all employees. We budgeted a 2% salary increase based on the positions that were in the position control, both filled and vacant positions. It also reflects, in order to produce a balanced budget, freezing a number of positions in order to achieve that. The dollar amount that we use in terms of freezing positions were about $5 million and another $500,000 or so in discretionary budget reduction in order to come up with the $5.5 million of reduction that we needed to balance the budget. We also, in terms of the part-time faculty, we use basically a higher cost per FTF in calculating. Previously, we were using about $34,000 per FTS, but based on data of cost increases associated with that we increased it for dual enrollment. And we had not allocated that directly into the college's budget previously. We did that. We are using the new health benefit rates. We're maintaining a 2-month operating reserve. And then we had budgeted in similar years in past, $1.5 million for bad debt. We included a contingency of what I consider, given our overall size of our budget and the complexity of our organization, a meager $500,000 in terms of contingency. Next slide, please. And then other commitments that we have, you know, in terms of property insurance and our support for disability student support services and post-retiree contribution and our contribution that we need to make for our OPEB bond payment. We have in our CBA with the faculty union, a commitment to provide $120,000 for professional development. And so in total, we are looking at for OPEB using, coming up with $16.5 million, 6.7 coming from the general fund, 9.8 coming from the trust fund. And then looking at any other kinds of potential restructuring of other kinds of things that may be the result of the cuts that we would need to make if we did not get the funding in terms of the categorical program. So that's what we're talking about. So if there was you know, we provided a higher raise, the 2% raise, if there was no funding available for any of the categorical programs or restricted funds that could accommodate it, we need to take that into consideration. Okay, next slide, please. So in total, because I want you to have the full picture of what it is that you're approving. So this is all funds. Now, a lot of these are restricted, so there's only so much maneuverability that we can do. So we do spend the vast majority of our discussion and conversation around the unrestricted general fund. But I wanted, but just like these other funds, we need to be able to spend money on these kinds of activities and on our grants and different things like that. So we present a full tentative budget that includes restricted and unrestricted. And I provided you with a summary here. And then in the budget book, there are, you know, more details about what those planned expenditures and uses of funds are on an object code level, okay? So here you are. Next slide, please. And so then we're looking at the general fund, Fund 1. And I wanted to share from an overall standpoint of the allocation of the expense budget by location. And so we can see that the way we've done budgeting in the past, the carry forward balance or the fund balance is held at the district. The other entities don't have a fund balance this year, but next year, that's a possibility as we move forward with the implementation of the resource allocation model. That may change. If they have a surplus or a deficit, then they get to keep that too, moving forward. And so then you can see the revenue budget and the expense budget and the ending balance by location. All right, next slide, please. Now, here is the sort of the calculation that we make in terms of doing the student-centered funding formula. And so I'm going to quickly go through this, and then I'm going to go to a couple of slides and explain it in a little bit more detail. So essentially, we run through the calculations for the student-centered funding formula. And when we do that, it looks like if we did that, it's about $138.245 million, okay? There are essentially 3 ways in which we calculate total compensational revenue. First way is they apply the student-centered funding formula, which is what we did here. The second way is what they call a stability calculation, which basically means they take the previous year total compensational revenue and adjust it for the current year proposed cost of living adjustment. And then the third way is what we call the hold harmless calculation, in which you look at your TCR from 17-18, and in a cumulative fashion, you calculate TCR for every year that COLA was provided. So applying that calculation, we end up with $147.241 million. Now, when the state gives us what they call the max TCR, which is you calculate it all 3 ways, and we'll give you whichever one produces the highest revenue. And so for Peralta, we've always gotten more by the hold harmless calculation. Okay, so next slide. All right. I'm going to try to go through this somewhat quickly, especially in light of the fact that I believe that the chancellor has indicated that we're going to have a board retreat in, I believe, July, and I can go into a little bit more detail, so I won't wonk out and go super high detail into these things right now. But essentially, remember that with the student-centered funding formula, we have a basic or base allocation, we have a supplemental allocation, and we have a student success allocation. The main thing that I want to show you here is if you look, you see here it says calculation A, B, C. And you can see this is for last year. And you can see that the hold harmless revenue was the max. As I said, that's been the case for our district. And so this is exactly what we did this time. With the exception is we ran the numbers using the current data in terms of what I just showed you in the previous slide. So if you, so that's really it on this slide. So let's go to the next slide, please. So what I want to show you here is if you look right in the center where they're calculating the amount of FTS, you can see that we're funded using 2021, 21-22, and then 22-23. Look at the FTES. As I said before, we have ECA protections for those years, and you can see they're all the same, right? Now, if you drop down to the lower portion of the slide, you'll see that what we earned, what we submitted was like 11,000. So that's what we actually produce. So we are funded as though we are producing FTS at the level of 15,524. When in fact, what we are actually producing is closer to 12,000. Okay, next slide, please. And so I just wanted to go through that and share that with you. And then, like I said, at a later date, we can go into more details. And so what we do, we looked at the FTF, we ran through the calculation, and then this is just a summary of what we had talked about and what we had shared with the Academic Senate in terms of how we were allocating the FTF, covering both, including the allocation of the dual enrollment, looking at the allocation of the parcel tax, and showing how we determine the FTF allocation for each college. Next slide, please. And so this is the summary of what you all approved last time with regard to the proposed OPEB payment plan that my colleagues from Backstrom presented on at the last board meeting. And so what we're showing here is 6.7 million coming from the general fund and 9.8 coming from trust fund. Okay, next slide, please. And so here is our 5-year projection, which is what we typically provide to you all for approval. And in previous years, this is also typically what we have presented to PBC and PGC. Went back and researched that we have not typically provided the full budget book, tentative budget book, until it gets submitted to you all. Now, I understand my colleagues would like that, and I'm amenable to doing that. It just had not been something that was the norm as far as I have been able to identify. And it's not included, it's not expressly stated in the budget development calendar. And that was what we were using to guide the budget development process in part. So here we look at, and you have this, and I'm sure that you've probably very, very carefully studied this. So essentially what I want to share are a couple of things. We're looking at 23-24. We have our hold harmless revenue amount at 166.24, and then the expense budget with the aforementioned expense assumptions applied. This is basically just a graph, a numeric representation of the assumptions that you had seen previously. And so what we're estimating is that, our revenues overall is going to be a little bit more than our expenses. And so we are showing, a surplus. Now, a couple of other points that I think we want to do. So what we do also is then sort of project forward a few years. And so in 24-25, a couple of things are really, really noteworthy to mention. Number one, in 24-25, we're no longer going to have ECA. Also, in 24-25, the hold harmless as it is applied currently will cease. What's going to happen after that is that whatever your TCR is for 24-25 going forward, you're not going to have 3 calculations, but only 2 calculations. One is the student-centered funding formula calculation, or your funding floor, which is whatever your TCR was for 24-25. That's it. Now, if there are increases in COLA, that will only affect the rates. It is not going to be cumulative on the total compensation. So as going forward, yes, the individual rates may increase by the COLA, which will have to be applied to the FTS or the student success variables, and so forth and so on. But that's the only way that our revenues would increase. And right now, so, and since FTS is still the lion's share of the allocation formula at 70%, that still drives significantly the amount of revenue that we get. And so with there being more than a 2,000, upwards of 3,500 FTS difference, it could be a while before our revenues actually increase. Next slide, please. So to put some of this in context, I just wanted to show you that in 17-18, our funded enrollment was 18,806. Our earned enrollment was 18,806. There was no difference. There was no gap. In subsequent years, as our enrollment has declined and then accelerated as a result of the pandemic, we now have quite a large gap between funded enrollment and actual enrollment. Next slide. So trying to think ahead, look ahead. Since we are going to have the hold harmless end in 24-25, and given the gap between funded FTS and what we produce, a very, very conservative estimate is that for at least the next 4 to 5 years, probably much longer, but at least for the next 4 or 5 years, because there are just so many different variables, it's very difficult to sort of model every possible scenario. But for the next several years, what is reasonable to project is that our revenue will stay flat. It won't increase based on the parameters of the funding parameters that we have to work with. And either our revenues will be based on the student-centered funding formula or the new ceiling or new floor that we have, the funding floor that we have. So when I look at what has been the historical increases in our costs are still rising. Even if we held static the number of people, which are the lion's share of the cost, if we don't add new positions, but just the ones that we have and escalate them for the drivers, the PERS and STIRS increases, and so forth and so on, those costs will still continue to rise moving forward. However, we have a revenue graph that is going to remain flat. There's going to be an inflection point in which the estimated expenses will exceed the estimated revenues. And so this means that we have to really, really start grappling with how do we begin to deal with this? So realistic in terms of broad strokes, we have two options, folks. One, and we need to do both, to be quite frank. One is we have to increase our revenues. And there's a number of different ways that can be pursued. And then we also need to look at reducing or curtailing our expenses in the long run, but then also looking at doing it somewhat incrementally over time. You don't have to do it all at once, but begin at a minimum, begin to bend that cost curve down rather than allowing it to continue to rise. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip this. You can read that for yourself, but I'm going to go to the last thing because I want to, my wonderful colleague, Dr. Goldstein mentioned this. Now, these are strategies, and I want to, when there is a structural variance between budget and expenses, and or if there is an edict like there was in 2008, 9, 10, when there was a great recession, a lot of people had their budgets cut. I was at university, and we had millions of dollars of cuts that we had to make. And so institutions sometimes have these things occur, and they have to figure out, how do I deal with that based on a number of resources, based on my 30+ years of doing these sorts of things. Here are a number of strategies that folks employ to deal with budget exigencies. And as I mentioned before, they're on the revenue side. We're not just looking at cutting costs, but also on the cost side. And so the first thing after the description of the items is a column that we call feasibility. And this is a planning tool more than anything else. And the first column, as I said, is feasibility. And it is basically a determination by the institution of what it determines is feasible for it to do based on its unique set of values, priorities, and assumptions, and risk tolerance. So it's not a cookie cutter kind of thing. It's also not intended to be exhaustive. It's intended to invite conversation and to be creative. We can add things to it, take things off of it, but it's a starting point to initiate conversations around a very, very important and essential topic, because after 24-25, we are not likely to see our revenues increase. Yet we know that our costs are going to rise unless we take action to address that. And these are but suggestions on how we might do that. But we have to begin in earnest, really, really getting serious about looking at, if not these, tell me what else you want to do. I'm open. I'm not recommending or advocating anything except for one thing. Inaction is not an option. Okay, so that concludes my remarks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. VP Quinlan?
Dr. Jones, I guess what I don't understand is why we're assuming that there's no ability to increase our revenues. I understand that we have a large FTS gap to cover, but we can also, by increasing our SCIF performance, increase funding there, right? We can increase revenues there.
The short answer to that is when I looked at the tool, I assumed that there were different options that we could pursue in terms of increasing our revenues. Now, when you're looking at, and that does include within the student-centered funding formula, a couple of things that you have to bear in mind. Increases in any of the metrics within the student-centered funding formula have a third of the impact in terms of revenue because they smooth it. Year-over-year changes are smoothed over the 3-year averaging. Okay, so if you grew significantly, you're really only going to affect in a demonstrable way only a third
Right.
of the variable that goes into that calculation. But theoretically, that's possible, but the amount of growth that would have to happen to produce an increase in revenues based on the student-centered funding formula calculation, I don't see that happening. That's just not likely. I think that's just, I'll be candid, and I don't want to come across as too surly. That's just not highly probable.
So I guess what I can't see happening in this is us saving our way out of this situation as opposed to us growing our way out of the situation. That continued cut is going to lead to more problems than it's going to solve. I mean, unless you're talking about something like a buyout of faculty where we're losing the top end of our scale, and then so we fill it with the bottom end of the scale, and that creates savings there.
That's possible. That's one of the strategies that has been used is a retirement incentive program in which that's exactly what they do is, some of the senior faculty and staff and managers opt to leave the organization, get the incentive, and then if those positions are highly critical, then you're able to rehire some of those at a lower cost point. And so that is one of the strategies that could certainly be utilized if the collective decided that that was one that they wanted to pursue. And the tool just allows you to
Right.
model what those reductions are over what time frame and different things like that.
My concern is if we target cutting our FTS, we already have programs that cannot graduate their students in a timely manner. So we're in violation of the ACCJC standards. We have programs that cannot offer all the classes they have so that our students can graduate in what ACCJC has said is a timely manner for 2 years for full-time students. And so if we cut any more, that's going to continue to grow that gap of people being able to graduate, and especially in our CTE programs as technology changes and we have to offer new courses, more new courses, that's gonna create more problems.
Well, I certainly understand and I take that point, but also every year ACCJC require that we submit a fiscal report, and they use a comprehensive fiscal index to calculate the financial health of the organization. And so they classify those, and at a certain point, they have a conversation with the organization, say, hey, that's partly what happened to us, a few years back, is that triggered concerns. And they have, I don't know, it's probably like 15 different financial measures that they assess a district based on. and or the colleges, because the colleges are what's credited, not the district. But nonetheless, they use that. And so, it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen of the other, but both are standards that we need to meet. So I agree.
Yeah, so thank you for presenting that. It's pretty daunting in terms of the need for expense reduction. What I worry about, similar to VP Quinlan, is this kind of strategy that relies on an austerity that potentially leads us to the self-fulfilling prophecy around not having the classes we need, the support for students that we need, losing more students versus a strategy that grows our enrollment. And so I guess I have a question for you, because you mentioned that you didn't think it was possible, maybe probable, to get to that growth in student and the number of students that we need to be able to see that pay off for, for the revenue that we need. And the student enrollment numbers have dropped dramatically. And so my first question is, what is that number that you're saying we're not probable to get to, and what is that based on?
Okay, so the reason I say that is because the amount of, so let's look at the gap in terms of the funded FTS versus whatever we would earn. Right now, we're funded at 15,524. We're basically at about 12 to 13. That's 2,000 FTS increase in 1 year. Okay, we're talking about our funding being static after not this fiscal year, the 23-24, but that following fiscal year, we get an increase in revenue. But after that, not likely. So the amount of time that we would have to grow and improve not just the FTS, but also the success and the supplemental, I just don't see it. And I'll tell you why. I see my colleague, Dr. Barami, sitting here, and we have these really, really detailed debates about economics all the time. And so, but there is a principle called moral hazard that assumes that if you have a product or service where the price is at or near zero, consumption would skyrocket. That's what we have with healthcare, with the debate in terms of wanting to add payment because people were just over-consuming. Done tons of research on that. But here's an experiment in a sense. We just did that. We just did that for almost a year. And I'll use the example that I use in Dr. Barami chat. If we, and I had this conversation with Dr. Besikoff, I said, look, if we were in the business of selling Mercedes-Benzes and we said, hey, we're gonna give them away, we'd have lines, miles long. But that isn't our experience. That has not been, unfortunately, that has not been our experience when we have essentially set our price to zero. We just have not seen that kind of increase in terms of enrollments. I'd love to say that it's so, but it hasn't been.
But it's been trending upwards, right?
Agreed.
So
Yes.
I think if it's trending upwards, my question is, what's the strategy to keep it? We're not going to get there in a year, but we can get there with a strategy that is focused on enrollment. And this is one piece of that strategy. And so I guess I really, and maybe we can talk about this in the retreat.
Yep.
I really want to hear about that strategy for increasing enrollment. So let's say we have to take a hard cut right now.
Yeah.
That this is not, well, we're going to have to keep, or we're going to keep going in this direction, but actually we're planning for growth and we can see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely. I think that has to be done thoughtfully. But yes, I'm not saying let's just throw in the towel and just say that we're defeated. Quite the contrary. I'm saying that we have to be creative. I'm saying that we have to consider a wide range of options, and we actually have to begin leveraging and braiding our resources to allow us to gain greater flexibility and be creative in terms of both reduction in cost, but also availing ourselves of potential additional revenues, both from enrollment, but also with other kinds of diversification in terms of revenues.
Yeah. My last question, and then I'll turn it over, is we heard from the Academic Senate Vice President about this. I heard it as like a parity in terms of cuts. And so in terms of like managers, I think he mentioned, and I'm wondering if in the budget and the budget book, I don't see a line item for, I don't see a line item for management or administration. And I'm wondering if we could add that into that document that looks at currently and then over the projections over the next 4 or 5 years, however.
I don't think I'm following, because let me tell you what I think I heard, and then you can clarify or tell me that I misheard you. If you look at the 5-year projection, that's this document here.
Yes.
Okay. You will see academic administration. That's the administrators.
But that's not the
classified. And then there's classified salaries.
classified administration.
That's it's all together.
Can you
It's- it's-
educate me on the difference between academic administration and classified administration? Who falls into what bucket?
For budgeting purposes, they're consolidated. Okay. There are differences from an HR standpoint, but for budgetary purposes, they're consolidated.
And I'm wondering if we can unconsolidate them so that we can take a look at, if you're asking us, we have a list of cuts, maybe there's others. I want, it'd be helpful to be able to unconsolidate some of that, to be able to understand and give some thoughts on where we might else be able to save.
I don't have a problem with.
That would be great.
doing
I
that.
look forward to that.
Yeah, sure. We can look at that.
So I know that you mentioned in, I think earlier in the presentation that, I'm sorry. Yeah, oh, go ahead.
So first, thanks, and I understand where both trustees are coming from regarding focusing on growth versus reducing. I do understand that, but in my mind, it's sort of, we're hemorrhaging right now, and before we do any physical therapy, we need to stop the bleeding. And I think it's just, that's the quickest way to do so is to do cuts in this moment. So if we were to go ahead with reduction strategies as listed in the penultimate slide, the second class, I understand you don't have the estimates, I can't say it, listed here, but I am wondering if we can get some percentages as what would decrease as, for example, furloughs, not that I'm looking at them, I'm just calling the first thing I see, furloughs versus voluntary FTE reduction, right? What would be a percentage of decrease so we know what, how it would affect. And in the second portion, there's some things that we've discussed multiple times that actually we can address right now that would be very helpful. For example, where do I see it? It's layered. I understand it probably costly at the beginning, but for example, position elimination via reorganization. I think this is what you were mentioning, Trustee Gonzalez Brito. for example, the managers and administrators, and I understand a lot of the labor unions, multiple labor unions have discussed this. I've heard this multiple times from the community. And as someone who had studied university, at one point I started a doctorate in, and then I stopped, but it was regarding endowments and just general funding for colleges and universities across the nation. And one of the things, and I mentioned this at an SCIU meet and greet, it was a forum open, just speaking with everyone, and they mentioned the admin situation. And since the 70s until now, there's been an increase of about 200 to 400% of administrators in education, in higher education, higher institutions. And there isn't more work. There are just more people.
No,
And so because of that, already the nation is heading towards less administrators. And I think this is one of the things that would jump out that we can actually discuss. And I'd like to see what the impact is.
Okay, so a couple of things that I would share. First thing that I would share is, if you recall, when I was talking about this, we can certainly model any reduction strategy that you all have an appetite for dealing with. That's why I talked about the political or the feasibility. You guys need to tell me that you're willing to live with. Once we as a community decide, yes, I'm willing to do this, then we would take it to the next level of then coming up with estimates and projections on both, as I want to say again, the revenue generation ideas and option, and on the expense reduction items. It's going to take both, but I don't know what to model yet because we have not set priorities on the types of strategies that as a community we're willing to live with. Okay, the other thing on the administrators, I mean, that's, we make tough decisions, and so we can sometimes be easy targets for folks to express their displeasure with. Part of the reason that there have been increases in administrators is, as you all probably undoubtedly know, is that the level of compliance, obligation, and the diversity of the funding and the reporting requirements have dramatically increased. So much so that that was one of the dings that FICMAT nailed us for, because we weren't doing some of those things because we didn't have adequate administrators to address and to fulfill all of those, requirements. And so it's not an easy situation to remedy, but the only way of remedying it is us listening to each other, discussing ideas, trying to be solution-oriented rather than just devolving into our separate corners and trying to fight for what we think is ours.
Element that was presented, we're not cutting. So that's a decision that was already made. We're providing the same FTF. This is the number of classes, despite the fact that we didn't meet the 100% of the target. Under the chancellor leadership, Deputy Chancellor, Dr. Jones, myself, we worked and we said, we're not cutting. The data showed that we had to cut. If you did a really good cost-benefit analysis, we had to cut a little bit, but we made a really sound decision not to cut, just in case we come out of pandemic and we get more enrollment, which summer looks a little bit better, but that has to be emphasized, that the number of sections that will be offered next year will be the same with number of sections that will be offered this year. In addition, we earmarked the dual enrollment additionally 40 sections. And this year, I think, will show us, you know, if the trend go up and we have a better field rate. But another thing that it's a win-win situation for us, if we have to look being more efficient, minimize any inefficiencies, the way we budget, the way we schedule, that will be another cost saving with doing no harm to the students, serving more students. And we have seen the summer, we've seen productivity of 18 point something. Of course, we'll lose some students because classes haven't started. There are some good signs out there. And the message that I wanted to reiterate, the decision of the leadership is, let's not cut for next year. 920 FTF plus 40 for dual enrollment, the same as this year. Hopefully we'll do much better. And the good thing is, if the classes are full and we're overflowing with students, then we have a good problem because we'll add additional classes.
Thank you, Dr. Barami. Appreciate the comments.
Yeah, thank you. So one thing you did mention, Dr. Jones, before is that our revenues are looking like they're going to stay pretty flat. Can you speak to any sort of revenue diversity that we could have to increase our revenue for beyond the budget that we have here, or what
Sure.
other college districts do?
Yeah, just off the top of my head, a couple of things. We just hired a new grants manager. So, oh, well, okay. I stand corrected. We potentially, if you guys want to agree to hiring a budget, you know, executive director or whatever we're calling that role, but that's one of the areas is through contracts and grants. That's typical. We can look at leveraging our use of facilities. We can look at, you know, contract ed and other kinds of things that we can do to increase enrollment, like looking at you know, credit for prior learning, looking at non-credit, stackable credentials. So there are a wide array of things on the revenue generation and revenue diversification side that we could potentially pursue as well. And that's why I said it's not one or the other, it's a lot of both, you know, that we may need to do. The other thing that I would say is that one of the things that the state is looking at doing is they're increasing the flexibility based on the roadmap. So that means that some of the sort of hard restrictions in terms of some of our categorical funding, they are likely to lessen some of that. So that means we have to be strategy oriented rather than focus as exclusively on restricted funds management approaches to some of these things, and braiding resources together rather than just saying, oh, we have to use this only for this. No, we can do more by leveraging those resources, braiding them, understanding the flexibility that we have, using assessment to determine what's working, what's not working, stop doing what's not working, and invest more in the things that are producing results. So there are a number of things that we could be doing. We just need to decide which ones we want to, initially, which ones we want to model to get a sense of what we're likely to produce on the revenue side or save on the cost reduction side, and see what we want to then actually implement. So, but yeah, but we definitely need to begin having these conversations around what do we do moving forward, because clocks are ticking.
Thanks. I think Louis, you were next, and then Paulina.
So I'm going to preach this again. There's a program called Ability to Benefit that basically opens up a whole new set of students to us. Those students in the adult ed population that do not have college degree, do not have high school degrees or GEDs. And Dr. Besikoff's, the head of the adult ed consortium, in their 3-year plan, they've pointed out that we have 72,000 residents over 25 years of age, that isn't even counting people between 18 and 25, that would be eligible for ability to benefit. They do not have high school degrees or GEDs, which means they can't qualify for Pell Grants. They can't get jobs in many of our apprenticeship programs because of the 18-year-old requirement. They can't get government jobs because almost all those require a high school degree or a GED. And so we're the perfect solution for that problem. Our economy needs a trained workforce, needs an educated workforce.
Agreed.
If we don't, we're going to start losing jobs to states in the Midwest. If you look at the amount of money they're putting into their educational programs in the South, they're doing ability to benefit. They're taking the population. It's hard to believe California has the largest percentage of people that do not have high school diplomas or GEDs, 18%, over 5.5 million people. And that is just the population over 25 years old. It doesn't count people between 18 or 25, or the people that we lost out of our schools because of COVID. So this is a population that we need to start addressing. We have the tools to do it. I think we're going to have to require additional funding in adult ed. It's got to be a partnership with our adult ed partners. We're going to need more money in financial aid because it's a financial aid right now. Financial aid's a bear. It's going to be a gorilla and a bear with this program. So, but the state has to make this adjustment too, because it's impacting all of our community colleges, just not Peralta. And because we're going to lose 20% of our high school graduates by the year 2037, going from 500,000 a year to 400,000 a year. So all those stress the need for reaching out to a new population that we should be doing anyway.
I agree.
If we're talking about equity, we cannot deal with one population that addresses the equity more than that population.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez Brito, and then I want to open it up to our 2 trustees on Zoom. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So what I would like to see, I don't know if this is for the retreat or when this would happen, but I see in your analysis and implications that we would benefit from the development of a comprehensive strategic enrollment and student success plan. And I wonder if we can hear from Chancellor Jackson about that in terms of doing that. And then I would like to see, we have here I think the question that President Delphine Polk asked around revenues is a really good one, because we have here cuts and perhaps there's others. So hopefully we can get that administration line that I asked for. But I also think really understanding our revenue generation and what ideas we have for revenue generation, some of those that you laid out now, to really be able to go into those in detail. And if we hire this grant manager, I run a nonprofit and we have a development director and we have a grant writer, and they better at least pay for their salaries by the money they're raising. They do a lot more than that, but I know every year how much they're bringing in. And I want, if we're hiring a grant manager, how are we going to evaluate, what we're able to get in return for hiring that grant manager? And how are we going to be able to evaluate so that we're not in this position again? How are we going to be able to evaluate our revenue generation? As we can evaluate cuts, but how do we evaluate revenue generation?
Well, if you set revenue targets, you and then look at what are the strategies that you're intending to use to produce those revenues. You monitor that, you decide on a time frame in which those revenues are intended to be produced, and then you keep track and see how they are doing on an ongoing reporting basis. And I assume that whoever is managing those would then, look at the data and see whether they're bringing in things and whether the approaches that they're using are producing the kinds of results that that they are planned to do. But, as you know very well, you can't necessarily, you don't achieve every grant that you go after based on a number of factors, and it's not necessarily just limited to how quality a grant proposal that you may have done. So you have to be thoughtful about how you set those goals and expectations, and then how you choose to determine whether or not you need to redirect resources and so forth. So very, very good questions. And so, we should definitely, look at that and see. So
So as we look at these cuts and cost them out in terms of savings, doing that for revenue seems like a really important next step too. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly.
Is there anybody joining us on Zoom who would like to jump in? Trustee Reese or Trustee Gonzalez?
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Great. Dr. Jones, thank you so much. First of all, this has been comprehensive and comprehensible. I love the part where you were talking about sort of having this kind of ongoing debate with Dr. Bashrami about, budgeting strategies, et cetera. And I like to see that kind of engagement, because it tells me that there are people who are actually thinking in a non-formulaic way, just not automatically rolling over budgets, but actually really looking and trying to figure out genuine problems. The other thing that I note, though, is that the answers don't seem obvious. You've come up with a list and said, look, here's a list of 30 things that we could do here. What approach shall we take? I noticed that Trustee Quinlan consistently asks very specific, insightful questions, which tells me that not only is he aware of particular approaches, but he's also aware of people within the district who might have alternative approaches to budgeting, which then leads me to wondering about our planning and budgeting council. So the Planning and Budgeting Council is our shared governance body that's looking at this budget. And I missed it because I think you talked about it earlier, but I missed the detail of it. If we were to poll the budget managers on each campus, the presidents, the business managers, and then we were to poll the people on the Planning and Budgeting Council, how much dissent would we see among those various entities for this proposed budget? And what kind of dissent would we see? At the end of the day, somebody needs to make a decision, and you're the person who advises the chancellor on that from the administration point of view. But there's not necessarily all agreement. I'm wondering, when you go to these various shared governance meetings, or you go and you talk with college business managers or presidents, what are the things that they're saying that you find are useful, but you ultimately disagree with? Or alternatively, do you find that, for example, the president of the PFT is in complete agreement with your budget recommendations, or say the academic senate would be completely in agreement on these budget recommendations? Is there that kind of shared buy-in? Or is there real, no, there's controversy here. Trustee Quinlan has raised an approach. I'm not sure whether we're budgeting for that approach. So do you get what I'm asking? I'm looking for a thoughtful assessment of the areas where, as a board, we might consider policy differences and different strategic approaches to budget management.
Okay. Let me try to answer your question this way. So we have had some conversations about differences in terms of approaches. And some of those we've taken into consideration, like with how we approach the allocation of FTEF. So we did that. I think, and I'm going to be fairly candid, I think that there seems to be a lack of sufficient trust that seems to get in the way of genuine conversation around how to move forward. And I've seen that on several occasions. The answer that I often get when we have a conversation about budget is, you've hired too many administrators, just cut the administrators, and that solves the budget problem. Let's have a serious conversation about that. If there has been an increase in administrators, that may be very, very reasonable and very, very valid why that was done. I don't know. I didn't make that decision necessarily. But there are other considerations, other things that we need to potentially do. And looking at, and this is just a menu of options. We are open to other ideas and thoughts. More than anything, we have to start talking about this. What can we live with? What strategies do we want to try to pursue? And come up with some reasonable estimates in terms of revenues and cost reductions. And so I think empowering and having the Planning and Budget Committee begin working on what some of these strategies might be, I think is a great idea. Donald and I had a conversation about tasking or coming up with a working group to begin delving into those things. And he and I it just hasn't happened yet, but that came up in our Planning and Budget Committee, and our calendars haven't meshed where we can get together and to come up with sort of a semi-formalized approach to pitch to the PBC in terms of how that might come together and things like that, what the charge might be and so forth. We just haven't, excuse me, had the time to do that since the most recent meeting that we had where we discussed some of that. But yeah, I'm more than willing to engage in thoughtful conversation and development of good ideas. Sometimes I have a really, really good idea. A lot of times other people have better ideas, and I'm open to whatever is going to help us move forward in the most efficient and the most effective way.
Yeah.
And I'm
So,
for that.
Dr. Jones, the reason I'm asking the question is that I have a sense that, in fact, you are open to that. It strikes me that trust is, in fact, a rare commodity at Peralta. It's something that we need to cultivate. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody because I've seen a lot of people trying to build trust within this administration. So I'm really not pointing fingers. I'm asking this question in a genuine comradely way, not as a point your finger and blame you. It seems to me that if somebody wants to make the critique, we have too many administrators. Well, that's an empirically verifiable approach. You could look and say, well, what is an administrator cost? If we cut administrative salaries by X amount, how much money could we save? If we redirected that in such and such an area, how much money might we gain, et cetera? Those are real questions. It seems to me that if we look year after year, we have administrations come to us and say, we have a structural deficit. We can't continue in this way. And I actually believe that. I think then it requires a reorientation. What we end up doing a lot of times, frankly, from my historical view on this, is we end up kind of spitballing it, rolling over budgets, managing things year to year, but without a real clear theory of why we're doing what we're doing and what we hope to get out of it, which we can then come back and test. If in fact we did do that rigorous exercise in trust building, researching, really tracking down the most credible possible solutions, and then getting shared buy-in, it seems to me that that cooperation would be worth quite a bit, because you'd have all shoulders pushing against the wheel in the same direction. And then if it were successful, we could take collective responsibility and credit. And if it wasn't, we could collectively say, well, that didn't work. Now what shall we do? And so I hope that when we do have a board retreat, we will have all of those voices, those critical, interesting, and informed voices there to engage in exactly this kind of discussion with detail. And maybe it won't be in time for this budget, because we have to approve this budget, a tentative budget, pretty soon. Maybe it launches a new era in which we can take that approach. Because I think it's going to be that approach that saves us. It's not going to be the little cost cutting here and there. There's some big things that need to happen, like close a college, like change an entire administrative approach, et cetera.
No, I think that that's right. And one of the things, the chancellor will attest to this, when it comes to, tackling really important big issues that impact our ability to provide a quality education, I want to go like gangbusters in terms of getting it done like yesterday. And so and that's relevant because we had gotten approval of moving forward with the resource allocation model. And so looking at doing exactly, Trustee, what you're talking about is really stepping back and really basically deconstructing and then reconstructing our budgeting approach. But in the time frame that we have, it just was not possible for this year to get all of that done. And so one of the things that I have discussed with our finance team is once we put the FY 22-23 budget to bed, one of the things that I think would be really informative is to do what I did at another district that I was at, is we as a group, and it was actually a subcommittee of our planning and budget committee, did a very detailed cost analysis on a per FTS basis. And so we can look at what the programs, and we factored in the full cost of providing that. That included the administration, that included the direct instruction costs of the faculty, and included our entire student services and administration, and factor that, looked at and delve into when we have one program at one college, why is that college able to produce FTS at $300 per FTS, and this college does it and their costs are $500. Why? The curriculum is the same. So it gave you the opportunity to delve into those details and figure out what's going on. And then, you can take approaches to deal with it. Some instances, we found that there were coding errors. The way one institution coded expenses was different than what another one did. And so we had to reconcile and clean some of that stuff up, but it began giving us ways in which we can more effectively manage our costs and it gave the deans and the chairs information that they can then use in terms of scheduling. And so it was a real good tool to allow us to make better decisions.
Yeah.
And so
Well, I'll just say I'm not in the room, so I can't see whether our incoming academic senate president is in attendance.
Matthew
But
left, but
so if Matthew is listening online,
he is.
I'll just say this. You know, the academic senate, we are a primary reliance district, and the number 10 in our 10+1 is planning processes. I would, as a trustee, one trustee, would truly welcome a proposal from the academic senate on planning processes, planning and budgeting processes. What would they like to see happen?
Sure.
As a primary reliance district, if they bring it to us, we're actually supposed to adopt it unless we have some very good reason not to. And then we explain why we don't adopt their planning processes. I think it's incredible, the detail that you've given tonight. But I sure would like to know that we have buy-in across the board and not simply, and again, I don't mean to say this in a negative way because this is your job, but not simply administrative perspective on this. I think if we get universal buy-in, we'll all be a lot stronger. But again, thank you so much for the detail that you've given tonight. It's been very informative.
Thank you. Okay, thank you colleagues again for a very robust discussion. I think it's really helpful for all of us to have discussions like this, especially around our budget, because I think we have a lot of critical decisions to be making in the next several months. So thank you again. Let's go ahead and move to the consent calendar. We did pull 5.3 earlier in the meeting for review. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Discussion is next. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. And discussion, go ahead, VP Quinlan.
There's one item I would like to consider just for question. It was regarding the extension of the contract to Volks. I wasn't sure what that was for. It was cleared up a little bit in the discussion, but I just wanted to ask a specific question on that one item. So if we could pull that one item. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was on the
Yes, 7.7.
yes, 7.7. And it can be answered in about 2 minutes, probably.
What was the question, VP Quinlan?
So the question was the extension of the contract, is that out of the $440,000 that we got from the state? So, okay, that answers my question.
Okay, anything else? Any other discussion, please? Okay, let's go ahead and move to roll call.
Just a quick point of order, President,
Sure, of course.
did you want to pull an item from the board policy in AP item?
We did earlier in the meeting.
Oh, you did? Okay, my apologies. I didn't hear it.
No worries.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to Board of Trustees reports. I'm going to try something a little bit new tonight. If you have a report to give, can you please raise your hand? VP Quinlan, trustee Johannes, And then I do. So go ahead, VP Quinlan.
My report's going to be just a little bit long because I attended an amazing conference down in San Diego last week, California Workforce Association Conference. And I heard some amazing workshops on work that our community colleges were doing with their workforce development boards and some other things that we are doing in the process of doing and things that are going to impact us. The first workshop I went to was on MC3 and apprenticeship, a pathway to apprenticeship. And I understand Laney in our construction department is looking at working with MC3. Central Valley, they've up and down the Central Valley to create more opportunities in apprenticeship that workforce development boards are actually paying for the MC3 as opposed to the community college paying for the MC3 or actually getting a grant to pay for it. The workforce development boards have been paying through the Central Valley, I think, in 11 different locations. Workshop 2 was very exciting because it was a presentation by the regional director, the assistant regional director of the Department of Labor and San Francisco region. That doesn't sound very big, you know, California. It's entire Western United States and all of our protectorates in the Pacific. So it is a pretty large region. And they're looking at basing expansion on 4 pillars: expanding opportunities for underserved workers and communities, new industry partnerships that lead to real good jobs, building a better care economy. And so for us, where they're looking at things like more investments in early childhood education and childcare, things that could impact some of our programs, and taking action today for the future of work. So things like our AI program at Laney and some of the other colleges, and our new transportation programs that are going to be enabled by our transportation center, all those kinds of things. Most importantly, they have decided to run 3 pilot programs in California to look at implementing these. One is in Los Angeles, in Compton, Long Beach area. One is in Southwest Los Angeles, and one is in Oakland. So that means that there's a possibility of DOL grants coming into our community that we can look at partnering with. So that was pretty exciting. The other one, let's see, workshop 4 focused on using tools provided by Lightcast, which is a MZ, which is a data company, data labor market company. They provide labor market information. Coast Community College, working with their workforce development board and other agencies, they geo-mapped Orange County with all the community colleges, all the WIOA sites, all the workforce development sites, even had the bus lines in there so they could see the points of service, possible recruiting areas for the community colleges, areas that were being underserved, where they had service deserts. And so that led them to strategic place new recruitment areas in those places. The community colleges are new service areas in those places. And then the 5th one was on DI initiatives with at-risk use, something that Restoring Our Communities is currently working in the juvenile facilities, and the potential for grants in that, expanded grants in that area. So it was an amazing conference. A lot of times when you go to a conference, you say, during this time period, maybe there's nothing I really want to see. The problem with this one, every time period had 4 or 5 workshops that I wanted to go to. There are like over 60 workshops in the 3-day thing. So I have a lot of information to bring back to people, and I'm pretty excited about it.
That's great. Thank you. Trustee Johannes?
I was just going to reiterate first, I was able to attend Merritt College's graduation. Due to conflicts, I wasn't able to attend others. But for it being the first one, and I think very similarly, I've heard for the first one in several years, there were no hiccups. It was wonderful at Paramount Theater, full house. And Dr. Jackson gave me the opportunity to shake the hands of the graduates as they came across stage, and that was an honor to do so. It was very exciting to do so, especially my first year. And secondly, not that I am biased towards Merritt, but there's just a reminder, there's the Juneteenth celebration this Friday, 1 to 4.
Thank you. It was also an honor to be with you, Trustee Johannes, at Merritt College. I was also at BCC, which is fantastic. And also due to scheduling conflicts, I couldn't make any others, but it was really great to be back in person. It was my first in-person graduation ceremony since getting elected almost 3 years ago. So it was an honor to be a part of that. And it was a great reminder of being around the students and why we do what we do and why we do what we do every day. I did want to give a quick, because I know it's getting late, a quick update to you all about the NCORE conference. So I got the opportunity, as Dr. Bajrami mentioned, the opportunity to travel to New Orleans for the NCORE conference, which is the National Conference on Race and Ethnicity in Higher Ed, with staff, faculty, and students from COA and Laney College. The highlight of the trip was the ability to take students or to take workshops with 6 students. And I believe one of them rode on an airplane for the first time, which was really great. Exciting stuff. In addition, the Chancellor, President Bajrami, staff, faculty, and students were able to take a day-long workshop on Hispanic Serving Institutions, or HSIs. We talk a lot about that here, with Dr. Gina Garcia, who will be teaching at UC Berkeley in the fall. I would love for her to come and do some trainings with us, who's an expert in this particular field. And this included staff from other community colleges here in California. As many of us know, Latinx students make up almost half of our current student population. And it was a really eye-opening experience for me, and I'm sure for others, to hear other institutions work in this area, to see what we can do to best serve students of color and Latino students in particular, using best practices from around the country. And going beyond just the grant that we receive, but really looking at how we serve this population of students and how we can use it as a model for other communities as well within our colleges, with the goal to enroll students as well as retain them. We also took workshops on advancing anti-racism strategies on campus, bystander intervention, Asian American representation in DEI work, and undoing racism through community organizing. Some of those were really great. As a trustee, this conference was really important for me to participate in, particularly in the additional module that I took about the relationship that politics has with higher ed, particularly around funding, as we were talking about today, and the importance of using our office to advocate funding for DEI work, anti-racism work, and for programs such as the HSI grants and other programs that are targeted at enrollment as well as retention of students, which is definitely important and timely, as we were all discussing today. So I want to give a huge shout out to the College of Alameda, especially to Horacio from COA and all the staff there that helped organize our delegation. It was quite a feat. And we had just such a great time and had just so much to learn. And I'm just really grateful to have the opportunity to have been able to go with you all. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll move to announcements.
President Delphine Poe, could I take
Yes,
just
of
a
course, Chancellor,
moment?
please.
All right, I just want to, I know some of you know, it was on the agenda. We are accepting the retirement of, he's held many positions within the district, interim vice chancellor, then he was director, was hired in that position, and then we changed the title to associate vice chancellor as we went through our kind of realignment of positions and organizational structure, Adil Ahmed. And he would have been here tonight, just like me. I wasn't feeling very well, and he had some personal issues that he had to take care of, but I would be remiss if I did not remind the board a lot of the documents that were presented tonight in the budget report, working with Dr. Jones, were touched by Associate Vice Chancellor Ahmed. He has done an amazing job getting us through some tough times, even when he was ill and had to be told to go home. He got us through our FitMat report when I first came on board, him and Dr. Marla Williams Powell. And I just want to recognize him publicly for his contributions to this district and his commitment to students, and working sometimes even to his detriment. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that. Even if he isn't here, he can go back and listen to it at a later date. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that, President Delphine Polk and the rest of the board.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Announcements. Enrollment is now open for summer and fall 2023 semesters, and fall is free at the Peralta Colleges. Please visit www.peralta.edu to start the enrollment processes. Summer classes start June 20th. Number two, Merritt College Sankofa. We've Trustee Johannes already announced this, but I'll re-announce it. It's hosting a free Juneteenth celebration on Friday, June 16th from 1 to 4 p.m. in the Merritt Student Lounge, Building R. They'll have food, music, dancing, and more at the celebration of African excellence in entrepreneurship. And number three, the Peralta Colleges will be closed on Monday, June 19th, 2023 in observance of Juneteenth. That's it.
And with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you very much, everyone.